Right. Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Is this a fucking word? Fucking bollocks. Hello, hello. You can hear me. Get in. Motherfucking hello. Jesus wept. Thank God for that. Do you know what I did? What I did? I pressed leave studio, right, on my phone, which meant, sorry, it said end stream on my phone. So I did. I was thinking I was only on my phone. Ended the whole bloody stream, didn't it? I had to start a new fresh stream with everything. Oh my god. Ah, Howdy, hello, Mecky, hello, Emma, Nunia, Sarah, everyone. Friggin' Nora. Oh, I'm a nuisance. Oh, right. I'm having a mate. I'm having a share screen. Right, we'll get into it. I mean, what the hell is going on? My audio went again. My audio just went. Right, let's see if it works this time then. Present, share screen. Right, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be well peed. Oh, hello? Hello. Right, working now again. Every time I put the stream on, I lose my audio. I'm gonna take that one off then and see if I could get a freaking another one then. I have no idea what's going on here now. I don't know even if you could hear me. I have no idea what's going on. Every time I try and connect it, it says my audio will not connect. I lose my audio. Can you even hear me now? Right. Hear you now. Fine. You can hear. Hey, Terry. Sorry, Terry. I didn't see you there. Hi, Terry. Right. All I'm going to do, right, is you might not be able to hear me. I have no idea. I'm just going to play the video and hopefully you can hear the video. So you probably won't see me because once I connect it, bang, I go offline. So let's see if this works. Please work. Share screen. If this works, we'll just go with it. I don't know what the hell's going on then. Right, where's Jonathan when we need him? Jonathan, audio whiz. Right, output. Let's try speakers then. Road. Right, let's try this. Can you guys oh, no, you won't be able to hear this, I guarantee you. Let's see if you can hear this then, right? Can you hear me, first of all? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, no, yeah, finger up my ass. Happy days, no, yeah, you got it. Right, can you hear court?
Points you want to make?
Yes, please.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So here is the next,
Let me go back a bit then.
write that check.
Correct. Yeah.
And it's 16 yesterday.
You can hear court as well? Right, hang on. I need to do one more thing then. So, hiya, Jan. Sorry, guys. I do apologise. This is not professional of me. I genuinely don't know what's wrong. Right, can you hear both? Hang on. Can you hear both now?
Okay. So we left
No, hang
off
on.
here,
Court's not on yet.
slide
Court's not on
16
yet.
yesterday. And
Oh,
as I
fuck.
recall,
Hang on. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Nunia. Right.
just to reorientate ourselves, you are comparing a check of Lynn Hernandez
Can you hear it,
to
Ami?
her known handwriting and to Jesse's known handwriting.
Yes, that's correct.
And we left off with, after you compared it to,
Oh, thank fuck. As I say, really bad. Sorry, guys. I don't know what went wrong. I genuinely don't know what went wrong. Sorry. I'm just going to make it 1.25 now. I'm going to be with you all night. I was going to try and get this done early tonight, but I'm with you all night. I'm sorry. This is not professional, I mean, but I genuinely, I'm not fucking about. This is, don't know what's going on. Right, let's go. Let's go to court. Before I forget, please like this video if you can. Apologies for the other videos. I'm gonna like it a bit now. Right, here we go. Let's go, guys. Here we go. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sticking around. Fucking hell. Right. Hang on then. Let's try this one. Let's try this one. Right, this should work. If not, I'll have to go speakerless. You should be able to hear me as well. Right. Two things to try it. Hang on, share screen. We're still going, Emma. We haven't fucking started yet. Let's try again then. Right. There's two things I can try here. Um, right. I'll try it with the speakers first. If not, I'll try without speakers. Right, let me just try present to you now then. Right, let me change the settings here now then. Let's try speakers then. Let's see if this works, guys. I don't know if it will, but present, share screen. So let me know if you can hear court.
Yesterday, and as I recall, just to reorientate ourselves, you were comparing a check of Lynn Hernandez to her known handwriting and to Jesse's known
Oh, good.
handwriting.
Yes, that's correct.
And we
Thanks,
left
Anna.
off with, after you compared it to Jesse's, there's support
Yeah.
that Jesse didn't write that check.
Correct.
good.
My conclusion was a limited support for different sources for Jesse for the handwritten portion of that check.
Okay, So should we move on to the next slide and start with your next points you want to make?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So here is the next slide, which we're starting with slide 17 this morning. Can you explain to the jury what you're trying to show here?
Yes, so this slide is transitioning to,
It's not the right setting, but you'll have to do for now until I speak to Jonathan tomorrow. So you'll have to do that. I just can't use my headphones. It's going through my speakers, so it's not quality's not gonna be as good, but
a third writer that I was asked to compare. That is Jennifer Flower. So you'll see her known writing on the bottom portion of the slide. And also to draw your attention to this being a third writer, I'm using a green color. And so this is the same portion of the question check at the top. And again, I'll walk you through some of the observations that I made during that handwriting comparison. So starting with the J, the capital J in the question document in the word Jessie. Again, that same formation I had highlighted for the other writers, examining the known writing provided to me. That was Jennifer Flower's known writing. I had a couple of examples of her cursive J formations, and those were inconsistent with the questioned writing. Next slide, please.
Oops, there we go.
And moving on in the question document to the Y in Jessie. Again, this formation we talked about a little bit yesterday. That characteristic was observed in the question writing to be somewhat different than you would expect in the way that you're taught to write. And so I evaluated the known writing I had from Jennifer Flower, and I included a couple examples of the cursive Y in her known writing on the bottom, notated by those green arrows with the circles, and those were inconsistent with the question writing. Next slide, please.
Yes.
In the question writing, in the last name Krzyzewski, the capital R formation here. So this was a characteristic that I noted, the capital R in the middle of the name, and the formation of that in particular, I was able to find an R formation in Jennifer's handwriting that I did think was formed in a similar way. So this was a similarity between the question and Jennifer's known writing. And the lowercase k that we talked about a little bit yesterday as well in the question writing, this is the k all the way on the right-hand side. The lowercase k examples I had from Jennifer were inconsistent in their formation compared to that k in the question writing.
So when you put those arrows by a letter, and if you draw a little circle at the end of the arrow, that means it doesn't match.
It's inconsistent. That's what the circle means on the
Okay.
arrow. Yes, thank you. Now moving on to the second line of the question writing, the cursive T in the word to. I didn't have a lot of examples of a capital cursive T of Jennifer. This was one of the few that I had on the bottom that you'll see the arrow pointing to. So again, that characteristic was inconsistent between the questioned writing and Jennifer's known writing as well. And so,
For the conclusion.
yes, I did. Those characteristics that I demonstrated, as well as numerous others, led me to the conclusion of support for different sources for Jennifer Flower for that item 49 handwritten check.
So meaning that there's support that someone else other than Jennifer Flower wrote that check.
My conclusion is specific to Jennifer, just saying there's support for different sources. She may not have prepared the handwriting on that check.
Okay. Now what's this? Is this the same check?
This is the same check. Now I added the red box around the signature. I examined the body of the check separate from the signature. So now I'm going to go through and demonstrate a handwriting comparison I did with Lynn Hernan's handwriting as well as Jessie Krzyzewski's handwriting for the signature. I just wanted to note I did not have samples of Jennifer Flower writing a signature of Lynn Hernan, so I was not able to perform a comparison with her for the signature in particular.
So you compared it to Jessie's.
To Jessie's and to Lynn's
And to Lynn.
handwriting as well.
So first we looked at who wrote the name Jessie Krzyzewski at the top. Now we're going to look at who signed the check.
Correct.
Okay. Should I move to the next slide?
Yes, please. So again, on the top, you see the signature. This is the questioned writing that I will keep consistent as I walk through the different writers and the characteristics I observed. Starting out with the capital letter L in the questioned writing, that formation of the L as well as the slant of the L, I was able to find in examples of Lynn Hernan's known writing, which is depicted on the bottom portion of the slide. And so those L's were considered similar in my analysis.
That's why on those arrows, there's no circle at the end,
That's correct.
because when they seem to be the same, or that you just put just an arrow without the circle.
That's correct. That's what I use for my notations.
Okay.
Yes.
Here's the next slide.
Thank you. So the Y in the name Lynn, this formation of the Y is interesting to me because of a number of reasons. The shape of what we call the bowl. So as you might imagine in a cursive Y, the top portion of that looks like a U. Normally this question signature, instead of it being well balanced on the left and the right, it appears to be shaped a little bit more like a C formation. And then the area where it descends below the baseline is elongated with a loop. So I looked for that characteristic in Lynn Hernan's known writing in the samples that I had as depicted below on the slide. And as the red arrow indicates on the bottom right-hand corner, I was able to find that same formation of the letter Y in Lynn's known writing. So those were similar. Moving on to the last name in the questioned signature, the formation of the capital H. There's some interesting detail in the way that this is formed. The H is a little bit shorter than the capital L, the slant of the vertical lines, and then of course the connection from the right vertical line to the left is a V shape, and then a curved and garland sort of style connection into the cursive letter E. So examining Lynn's known writing, I was able to find that in a couple of her known signatures that were provided. And so I provided a red arrow on the bottom indicating an area where I found a similarity with her known writing as well.
You looked at the H because you found the H interesting. Is that what you said?
Yes. Next slide, thank you. So as I alluded to yesterday, not only are formations important, but also breaks in the writing, especially when I'm examining cursive writing. So in the questioned document, the lowercase n in the last name Hernan, you'll see that n is not connected to the A after it. And I looked in the known writing and was able to find a similar break after the n where it was disconnected from the A. So these breaks are also significant characteristics, and those were similar between the question writing and Lynn's known writing.
What is that little stair all about?
So this is a marking that I use to indicate a baseline characteristic. The A in the questioned writing is quite a bit higher compared to the bottom of the N. And this is something that individuals do somewhat subconsciously. They're not really thinking about it. And so I wanted to see if I could find that same characteristic in Lynn's known writing. And I was able to find that, again, in the signature depicted on the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see with the similarity arrow. So that baseline characteristic was similar between the question writing and Lynn's known writing.
So after looking at all those letters and comparing them, did you reach a conclusion?
I did.
And what's that?
So my opinion, considering those characteristics as well as others, was that Lynn may have prepared that signature, and it's a support for common source opinion. I do have to note one limitation in particular, because as I stated, these checks are low resolution and they're not original. I was not able to evaluate the possibility of simulation or tracing. And that is something that if I had the original, I would have been able to do. So that's an important thing to note in this conclusion.
And like we talked about yesterday, I think you said that if you had had more known writing samples in general of Lynn, it would have been more helpful.
It would have, but in this particular instance with the signature, I think the most important thing is having the original document to be able to look at the three-dimensional aspects of the signature.
And you were given photocopies, is that right?
Yes, all the checks were non-original documents. They were images, I think, that were printed out.
Okay. And those came from your FBI field office, is that right?
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
Now, here's the next slide, which we're now on slide 30. What are you doing here?
So in this slide, I begin the comparison with that same signature on the question check, now with the known writing provided to me by, or known to have been attributed to Jesse Krzyzewski. So on this slide, beginning again with that capital L formation in the question signature, looking for that formation as well as the slant. And in the known writing that I had from Jesse, I was not able to find the same formation or the slant. And so this was an inconsistency between the question writing and Jesse's known writing.
That's why it's got the little circle at the top of the arrow?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Here's the next slide.
That same Y that I pointed out in the questioned writing, again, I was looking for that formation in Jesse's known writing. I depicted a few examples of her of Jesse writing Lynn Hernan's signature, and I was not able to find that same formation of the Y in the question writing, and so those were inconsistent.
Next slide.
The capital H in the question writing, again, this formation with the details that I had previously described, I was looking for that same formation in Jesse Kurczewski's known writing, and I was not able to find that same formation. I put an arrow on the signature below that I think came the closest, but that was still inconsistent in the execution and the detail of that H.
So again, that arrow has a circle.
Yes.
Here's the next. So here's, now you're looking at, you've got the stairs again.
Yes, and I apologize. There's a arrow that was held over from the previous slide. So if you could just ignore that for this slide, please. I did want to draw your attention again to that baseline characteristic in the question document where the N in Hernan is much lower and the A is much higher in the question document. And so I examined the known writing to see if I could find an example of that baseline characteristic in Jesse's known writing. I was not able to find it, and I pointed out an area here just as a demonstration where it was inconsistent.
Did you reach a conclusion then as to the comparison between that check signature and Jesse Kurczewski's known writing?
Yes, I did.
And your conclusion is?
So my conclusion was a limited support for different sources, and that was that Jesse may not have prepared that question signature.
Okay. Is that the end of the PowerPoint?
I believe so,
Yeah,
yes.
so we'll take this down, Madam Clerk. Thank you. So you also did prepare a report in the case, and we introduced that yesterday, right?
Yes,
And you made conclusions about, did you make conclusions about all of the checks that were submitted to you?
yes, I did.
And do you, on the checks that were submitted to you, I think we established yesterday, they were items 47 through 64. Does that sound right?
Would it be okay if I refer to my notes or see a copy of the report just
Yes,
to?
actually, I got the
Sure.
number wrong. You can, but it's 47 through 83. Could I show that to you?
Go ahead. Thank you. Yes, the checks were items 47 through 83. That's correct. Thank you.
So over 30 checks. By my math, anyway, over 30 checks.
Yes.
And when it came to the checks, your conclusions were either that there was support for different sources as it relates to Jesse Kurczewski, or you had some inconclusives.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
I'm sorry, could
Is
you
that
repeat
clear?
the question?
I'm trying to get you to get us a conclusion on the checks. As we deal with the checks, would you agree that you have observed, your conclusion on the checks was that they were likely not prepared by Jesse, or you may have been inconclusive on a few?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And as it relates to Lynn Hernan and the checks, do you have a general opinion that you can offer on that comparison?
Yes, with the majority of the checks, with the handwritten portion, not including the signature, my conclusion was support for common source there was at least one check that I was inconclusive on. There were some issues with the check. It looks like perhaps the image had been distorted. And with the signatures with respect to Lynn, there were 2 of the 30 plus signatures that I gave a support for common source on, and the remaining were inconclusive with regard to whether Lynn wrote the signatures on the checks.
And then did you compare a handwritten letter from Lynn to Jesse? Was that one of the items that you compared? If you recall?
I'm sorry, I don't recall specifically. There were a lot of documents that I examined.
Well, when it came to item, let's go through them. We have item 20, which is a page that started with, and maybe it would be easier if I just pull it up on the computer.
Yes,
so we
thank
can
you.
take a
That would be
look at it.
helpful.
Let me do that. Okay, could I have a screen share on, please, for the witness?
Go ahead.
Is this one of the documents that you
It's not up
reviewed? Oh, it's not up yet, okay.
Your computer's up, but
Cord is plugged in. Oh, look at that.
might have to duplicate again. That was the issue yesterday.
Let me just see here. Maybe I'll just duplicate. That should help. Here we go. Should be over there now.
It is.
Yes,
Let me
thank you.
close this side. This is what I see you have marked as, this was exhibit 522 and is item 20, I believe. Do you agree?
Yes,
And this particular, this is one document that you reviewed and analyzed.
yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of item or exhibit 522, please.
No objection.
Exhibit 522 is received. And
Pass to publish.
and permission to publish granted.
Okay, we're looking at exhibit 522. Do you recall what your conclusion was as to whether Lynn Hernan, using your scale may have, is it your conclusion that Lynn Hernan did prepare this or did not prepare this particular exhibit?
Your Honor, would it be okay if I refer to a copy of my report just to be accurate?
I don't have an issue. Any objection from the state?
Right,
And your report has been received already, I believe, as exhibit 501.
With you or do you need-
I do have a copy of it.
Why don't we utilize the copy in our box? I know that has, and then you can confirm that it's the same thing, but that's what's been received.
Thank you.
find it?
Otherwise, I haven't written on mine. And we can swap out. I haven't used mine. If you want to use mine, and then I'll take one in the box later. I've not made any notes on it yet. All right, so the witness is being handed exhibit 501.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now that we have the exhibit before you, what did you conclude about this particular document as to whether Lynn prepared it?
So my conclusion with regard to this item for Lynn's comparison, or excuse me, the comparison with Lynn was a support for common source for item 20, including the Lynn Hernan signature and the handwritten text, but excluding the 14 January 2016 entry written in blue ink.
So the date.
Yes, the bottom portion of the exhibit that's depicted here. There's actually 14 January 2016, but the copy that I had was in color and the bottom entry was written in blue ink. So I specified that portion.
And I'll show you what is item 21 in your list of items and is marked. Could we bring this down while I bring up another exhibit, which will be exhibit 523, item 21. There it's up. Is this, I'm going to show you an exhibit sticker 523. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And this is item 21 in your list of items reviewed. Can you just take a look and see if this is that item? I'm scrolling down so you can see the 6 pages. There we go.
Yes, I am familiar with this item.
And you evaluated this item.
I did, yes.
Your Honor, move for admission of exhibit 523.
No objection.
Exhibit 523 is received. Permission to publish granted.
Thank you.
What was it? Okay.
The jury's seen this document before, but let's wait for a minute while it comes up on their screens. All right, that's up on the screen. So you compared this document to known handwriting of Lynn Hernan. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And your conclusion as it relates to this document, as it relates to Lynn Hernan is what?
For item 21, my opinion was a support for common sources for Lynn, including the questioned handwritten text and the Lynn Hernan signatures. There was some portion of writing on these documents that was not in question, particularly the notary signature. So that was not included in my
We've
exam.
already heard from the notary who has agreed that she notarized this particular document and that was her signature. So would be not expected to match Lynn Hernan's, right?
I did not examine it.
All right. This document can come down. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, just in general, is a person's writing affected by things like, I don't know, like whether they're under the influence of drugs or alcohol, for example?
Yes, there are a number of factors that can influence people's handwriting. Drugs and alcohol, as you mentioned, the environment in which they're writing, maybe in a car, on the surface that they're writing, emotion, as well as purposeful intent in changing their handwriting. So there are a number of internal and external factors that can affect people's handwriting, yes.
So does somebody's handwriting, is it different if you're sitting upright, for example, in a chair versus, just as an example, laying back in a hospital bed, for example, and writing? Might your handwriting vary?
There could be effects on the handwriting. I would certainly expect that there would be probably less control of your hand and your arm as you're laying back, but there would be limits to the effects that it would have on your handwriting.
How does a person's mental state affect their handwriting? You mentioned mental state. I'm not sure.
I don't recall if I did, but that could affect their handwriting, yes.
Okay, I'd like to share the screen with the witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, never mind. I don't want to bring this one up quite yet, actually. I was looking for a different one. Did you look at the cards that were submitted that are happy birthday cards? And they say things at the top like Karini or happy birthday Karine or Karini that's spelled out different ways. Were these the items, item 9, these cards, were these what you consider to be known writing samples of Lynn Hernan?
Yes, that's right.
And item 9, which seems to consist of, I'll show item 9 on the screen. Can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And this is exhibit 511. Do you see that sticker?
I do.
And I just want to go down, it looks like 4 pages to me. I'll scroll just to see if these are the 4 pages. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's what you have called item 9, but we're introducing as exhibit 511. Did you use these documents as your known writing sample for Lynn Hernan?
Yes, these were part of the known writing sample I had for Lynn.
So move for admission of 511, Your Honor.
No objection.
511 is received. We did see this exhibit previously.
I agree. But
I just
these,
want to let the jury know what number that was. I believe it's 49, State's Exhibit 49 will be the same as 511.
thank you. And we have it separate, it is a separate exhibit because these were documents that you received. I want to clarify what you received. Okay. So these cards were given to you and told that these are known writing samples of Lynn Hernan.
That's correct.
Now, would it have been helpful if you could have had more cards, more letters from Lynn?
Yes, it would have been.
That can come down. I don't need to be showing anybody anything on the screen right now. Thank you. I wanted to show you, actually I do want to show you another exhibit. I would like to show you item 64. I'm just going to scroll through these checks. Here we go. Can you see item 64 on your screen, Ms. Eisener?
Yes, I can.
This is one of the items that you evaluated, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I have this as an exhibit number, Your Honor. It's 524. Do you, Ms. Eisenhardt, see the exhibit 524?
I do.
Move for admission of 524.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 524 is received and permission to publish granted if needed. Do you know what item number?
64, and I'd like to publish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so item 64, what was your conclusion on this check as to whether or not Lynn wrote this check?
The handwriting in the who it was to, pay to the order of, so not including the signature. My conclusion was a support for common source for Lynn.
And I just see on this check that she wrote Jesse's name incorrectly. And this is for a walker at Walgreens. It looks like in the subject line, true?
Yes,
And you evaluated all of these checks, 61, 62, 63?
yes, I did.
City of Pewaukee, for example, Jesse Krzyzewski. Is that right?
Yes,
And checks, for example, in Phase, Jesse, City of Pewaukee, Precision Service Consultants. You were given all of these checks to evaluate. Is that true?
yes,
Anthony Poza check for 200, Electric, Phase Electric, more City of Pewaukee. Is that right?
yes,
And so all of the checks here in this case, these can come down. You evaluated.
yes, I did.
And one of the items that came from your lab is called evidence check-in notes. What is that all about?
That's a document that we create in the laboratory when we first open up the packaging and start to inventory the items that are submitted to us for examination. We, as we've discussed, apply an item number, and the check-in notes have additional descriptions of those items so that we can correctly identify them.
And that has been marked as Exhibit 502. Let me bring that up for you. Do you see the sticker of 502?
I do.
This, it seems to be 10 pages. Should I page down really quick so you can make sure it's yours?
Yes, please.
All right. Is that your evidence, FBI laboratory evidence check-in notes?
Yes,
And so this will list everything that you received in this case.
that's correct.
Move for admission of 502, Your Honor.
No objection.
No need to publish.
Exhibit 502 is received.
And you said, I think, that after you completed your review of this case, that somebody else at the FBI also reviewed the case.
That's right.
They reviewed it independently of you, or do they just look at over what you did?
So in this scenario with this case, I gave all of my paperwork, whether that be digital or physical, notes, including what the request was, my notations, and my report to another examiner. So they were aware of what my findings were as they were doing that verification.
And then they verified. Well, did they verify that?
Yeah,
they
it is
agreed with your
doing it, yeah.
conclusions?
Yes, they did.
If they didn't agree with your conclusions, what would happen?
We would have some conversation about why, usually a discussion to detail if they thought I had overlooked something or if I had perhaps weighed something in a way that they were in disagreement with. And so that process is not unusual. We go through that on every case. And if there are disagreements in details or if I've left things out, then I'll go back into my notes and make either additions or changes, being sure that any of those are transparent. So for example, any changes that I make would be a strike through one single line so that you could read what was originally there and just be clear on what I was clarifying, changing, or adding as well.
Would it be fair to say that if more known handwriting was discovered during the case, that could be collected and sent to you and a request made to do a further evaluation?
Yes, that can be done and often is.
It is often done,
Yes.
but it didn't happen here. Is that true?
No, it did not.
Okay, thank you very much.
If we could pull up offense exhibit 628, please, or 619, I apologize. And going to slide 10.
You want it published right away?
No, just for the witness, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Eisenhart, there's a note on the very bottom of this slide that talks about the degree of support for same source may range from limited to strong. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so there's later opinions given in your in this PowerPoint on page 16, for example, if we could flip to that, where it talks about limited support for different sources. So that's on one end of the spectrum compared to strong, correct?
Correct.
So in what sense is limited mean in this context? So does that mean that it's weaker support for different sources, or how does that work?
Yes, it does in fact mean, in this case, if I apply a limited for this opinion, which was support for different sources, it is weaker in that qualitative range compared to no qualifier or a strong qualifier.
So in this case, on exhibit 16, if you were to put strong support for different sources, is that actually closer to source exclusion?
Yes.
I want to move on to page 29 of that same exhibit. There's the caveat that you talked about earlier of the possibility of simulation and or tracing. Do you remember that?
I do.
So in terms of checks, is it common for checks to have a checkbook, right?
Yes.
And under that checkbook, there's usually a second page of that check where it kind of gives the person who's writing that check some verification that they wrote that check for future reference, correct?
Speculation.
Sustained as the foundation.
Are you aware that when someone's writing a check in most checkbooks, there's actually essentially 2 checks that are associated with the same check?
Are you referring to a carbon copy, for example?
You summarized that much better than I did, so thank you. Yes, I'm referring to the carbon copy. Are you aware of that process?
I've seen those before, yes.
Okay. So in theory, could somebody simulate or trace based off that carbon copy?
Yes, the carbon copy would have examples of the signatures prior if they had access to them, and that could be a model used for tracing.
So if someone had access to somebody's checkbook, they could look back at that carbon copy and look at that and potentially trace it, correct?
That would be one way they could trace it, yes.
And in this case, you were not able to determine if there was any tracing or simulation done because of the nature of the actual question items, correct?
That's correct. Since they were not original, I was not able to evaluate that possibility.
Okay. If we could go to page 30 of that same exhibit, please. Now, if we could publish this actually to the jury, please. Okay, thank you. On the top of page 30, we see item 49, question signature, correct?
Correct.
And then on the bottom left, we see Jesse Krzyzewski known writing, correct?
That's right.
And that's actually from item 26.
Yes.
Is item 26 a document that contains multiple signatures of Jesse Krzyzewski writing out Lynn Hernan's signature?
Yep. Yes, that's correct.
So if somebody was around somebody for multiple years and had access to their checkbook and was able to look at their previous signatures, would it be possible to change your signature when asked to provide a known handwriting here?
Object to speculation.
Overruled. He's asking her an opinion based upon her training and experience. She may answer.
Yes. So one of the things that we do note as a limitation with what we call dictated writing, that's the term that I use for describing writing that's collected as part of the investigation. Usually it's witnessed. That's what item 26 included, was signatures from Jesse that were witnessed for this investigation. There is a possibility that one could purposefully change their handwriting style. And that is actually why it's really helpful for us to have the other type of known writing that I mentioned yesterday, normal course of business writing. So letters, greeting cards, checks, job applications, so that we can evaluate if the known writing that was witnessed and collected for the investigation is or is not consistent with that person's normal writing. So that is a concern, and having both of those types of known writing helps me to assess the possibility that they might be altering their handwriting.
So is it fair to say that if someone's purposefully changing the signature or handwriting, it's very hard to actually compare the two, correct?
I could compare it. If I only had signatures or writing that was collected as witnessed as part of the investigation, that would be something I would be concerned with, a possible limitation. And I would ask the investigators to provide examples of that person's writing outside of the investigation to get a better sense of whether they're giving their true and natural writing style.
In this case, there's been previous, I believe, video or testimony that Ms. Krzyzewski actually admitted to writing out some of these checks that were evaluated. Would that impact your analysis for comparing her written text or signature in this case?
No, it wouldn't. However, additional known writing would be welcome if that was something that the investigators were interested in. I have to make my conclusions based on the evidence in front of me, and verbal information about that doesn't really give me anything to compare.
So looking at your lab report under the Jesse Krzyzewski section, it talks about how your conclusion was ultimately there's support for different sources for the handwritten text and signatures from checks 47 to 56 and 58 to 83, correct?
Yes, that's right. And including the numerals and the signatures.
Okay. Would that opinion change given the information I just talked to you about, that she admitted to writing some of these texts?
So my opinion is only based on the comparison that I did. If she admitted to doing that, that's separate evidence from my handwriting comparison.
would that seem to call into question your conclusion if she admitted to it, but you are having an opinion that there's support for different sources though?
Just an answer.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so if she admitted to writing these checks at times,
Okay.
would that call into question your conclusion of support for different sources for Mr. Shesky?
Just to clarify, are you saying that she admitted to writing some of these checks that I examined?
Correct.
Okay. Um,
It states the evidence. It's not what the evidence supports at all.
Your Honor, she admitted to writing.
I'll take it as a hypothetical, so which she can answer. She can assume for the jury later on to determine if that hypothetical is based in facts established on the record.
So, I mean, it would certainly give me pause, given that I gave a limited support for different sources. As I mentioned, there are some limitations to my examination. Perhaps some additional known writing from Ms. Krachewski that would demonstrate some of the characteristics I was not able to find in her known writing. Perhaps also having the original question signature could elicit some more information. However, with the evidence that I was given, I do stand by my conclusion that I gave.
Oh, that's hard. I want to walk us through some of the items that you were provided here as well. And I want to start with the same sort of checks. So your conclusion for Lynn Hernan's signature on checks 47, 48, 50 through 66, and 68 through 83 were inconclusive, correct?
Could you repeat those numbers, please?
Absolutely. 47 through 48, 50 through 66, and 68 through 83. All of those question signatures, you came back with the opinion that it was inconclusive for Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to direct your attention now to, it's actually been marked as Defense Exhibit 503. That's item 1 in this case. If we could just publish that to the witness, please. And I'll just have you scroll through this, please. Thank you. Ms. Eisenhart, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
And is this item 1 in the set of documents that you analyzed?
It is.
Your Honor, move Exhibit 503 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Exhibit 501 is received. Permission to publish granted.
It's actually 503, Your Honor.
What did I say? Oh, 503, sorry. I
No,
should probably put my
I just
glasses
wanted to
back
make
on.
sure we were on the same page. Thank you.
My defense, it's item 1. So,
It sure is. In the highlighted portion here, if we could just scroll down briefly, Mr. Volkner, the highlighted portion of item 1, was your conclusion that there was support for different sources of Ms. Hernan's handwriting on this?
Yes, for Lynn Hernan, the portion that's highlighted, it was 3 lines there underneath the number 1 before number 2. That specified portion, I gave a support for different sources in comparison to Lynn's known writing.
If we could scroll to page 2, please. And go to the bottom. You see the highlighted portion of this, correct?
Yes,
And the question portion of this page is Ms. Hernan's signature, correct?
correct.
Your conclusion for this was support for different sources, correct?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
your opinion is that there's support for a different source that other than Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes, it was a support for different sources compared to Lynn.
If we could next pull up just for the witness item 2, and I believe it's Exhibit 504. If we could just scroll through that, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And again, this is item 2 in the question documents that you went through.
That's right.
Your Honor, move Exhibit 504 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 504 is received. Permission to publish granted.
If we could put that on for the jury, please. So, Ms. Eisenhart, if we could, Mr. Volkner, actually, if we could just go actually all the way to the bottom of page 2 again, thank you. You see the highlighted portion of that, correct?
Yes.
Your conclusion was support for different sources for Lynn Hernan as well on this, correct?
Yes, that's right.
we could pull up Exhibit 505, Item 3. And then scroll through that document, please. Do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
Is Exhibit 505, Item 3 in the question documents that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Or I move into evidence 505.
No objection.
Exhibit 505 is received, permission to publish granted if requested.
Yes, please. Thank you. If we could scroll down, Mr. Volkenier, to page, I believe, 4. Yeah, if we could just stay right there. There's no highlighted portion of this section, correct, Ms. Eisenhart?
That's correct.
However, I'm going to direct your attention to the left side of the document where it's the Lynn Hernan under print purchaser name, the address, and then the signature. In reviewing those 3 lines, you came to the conclusion that there was support for different sources for that writing and signature, correct, for Lynn Hernan?
Yes, for Lynn Hernan, for the handwritten text and the Lynn Hernan signature, my opinion was support for different sources compared to Lynn's known writing.
So just to remind the jury, that means that it's your opinion that she may not have written or signed that document, correct?
That's correct. And there are limitations with all of those support for different sources conclusions.
Correct.
But yes, that's right.
If we could scroll to page 5, please. Again, there's no highlighting on page 5, but you evaluated all of the handwritten text and signature in this, correct?
I did, yes.
Again, for Ms. Hernan, for the handwritten text as well as the signature, your conclusion here was there was a support for different sources, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could move to Exhibit 506, please. This is item 4.
Yes, agreed. Agreed.
If we could scroll to page 3, please. And
I would have said 7.8,
6.
but I'll go with 7.6.
Are those 2 portions of item 4 that you would have been analyzed in this case?
Yes, they are.
And this is Exhibit 506. Do you see that?
I did not see that. I'm
You
sorry.
can scroll to page 1 to just show her the exhibit marker.
Yes,
Now
I
you
see.
that's
I see
506.
that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Here, I move Exhibit 506 into evidence. I would just highlight those 2 pages.
No objection.
Exhibit 506 is received, permission to publish granted, and which 2 pages again?
Page 3 and 6. And Ms. Eisenhart, on this item, under the highlighted section on page 3, you did an analysis for Lynn Hernan again as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you came to the conclusion for support for different sources for this, correct?
Yes, support for different sources compared to Lynn Hernan's known writing.
Thank you. If we could go to page 6 then, please. Again, you analyzed this highlighted portion, correct?
I did, yes.
And again, similar question. In this set of analyzed writing, you came to the conclusion that there was support for different sources for Lynn Hernan writing, correct?
That's correct.
If we could go to Exhibit 508, please. This is item 6, and if we could just scroll through that document, please. Ms. Eisner, do you recognize that document? And that was item 6 of question documents that you're
Yes, that's right.
moved to evidence Exhibit 508.
No objection.
Exhibit 508 is received,
I'd be asking to publish.
granted.
This highlighted portion, Ms. Eisenhart, on top of page 1, again, did that come back with support for different sources for in Lynn's writing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, going to page 2, please. And I want to direct your attention to the signature on this page. Did that also come back for different or support for different sources for Lynn Hernan's signature?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to take us back to Exhibit 503 and moving on to Ms. Kraszewski's part of the report, and take us to the first page, please. Again, you looked at this highlighted portion for Ms. Hernan's handwriting earlier, correct?
Yes, I
But you
did.
also analyzed it for Ms. Kraszewski as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this portion of Exhibit 503, you came to the conclusion that there was support for different sources for Ms. Kraszewski's handwriting, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the very top of Exhibit 503. Can you see the portion where it says Jesse rewrote, comma?
Yes, I see that.
Does that seem to correlate with the conclusion that there would be support for different sources for this written text?
Yeah, it will glitch, guys, because I'm not on my headphones. So you're going through the second external thing through speakers. It's not as good. It's not as good. So it will glitch a little bit. I apologize. It's just I do not want to try and put it through my headphones again, because if I do, I mean it could end the whole stream. So sorry. But hopefully we can bear with it, I hope. But I'll try and fix it by tomorrow. I'll try and fix it by tomorrow.
Are you asking me if that
No, it's me through the speakers. You see, I think because the video I think sounds okay for me.
comment influenced my opinion?
I'm talking about just generally speaking. Do those two opposing views go together?
The content of that information was not something that I took into account when I did the handwriting comparison.
Okay, so you didn't take that into consideration, but if someone told you that they rewrote it, but then you came to the opinion that there was support for different sources, again, that doesn't seem to make sense, does it?
Well, I don't know who wrote that information. And again, I have to use the known writing as the evidence to do the comparison. So the known writing that I had for Jesse when I did the comparison to this question portion was inconsistent.
If we could move on to
All good.
Exhibit 508, please.
All good, in here.
Yes, please. No, we're all. And if we could go to page 1, please. The highlighted portion, again, you conducted your analysis about Ms. Herning, correct, earlier?
Yes, that's right.
You did the same with Ms. Kraszewski in this case, and ultimately, your opinion was a support for common source for this highlighted portion, correct?
This is item 6, right?
Yes.
For the comparison with Jesse, yes, I gave a support for common source for this highlighted portion, excluding the Lynn Hernan signature that's placed in there.
Okay, thank you. If we could take that down, please, and just show the witness Exhibit 507. And if we could scroll that through that briefly.
Mhm.
Do you recognize this document as item 5 in the question documents that you reviewed?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, move Exhibit 507 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 507 is received, permission to publish granted.
Ms. Eisenhart, we've seen this well previously before you were testifying, but the reason I wanted to point this out again is there are highlighted portions of this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And looking through this entire document, including the text and the signatures, what was the conclusion that you came to in this item
With respect to which writer?
with respect to Ms. Kraszewski?
This item 5. I gave an opinion of support for common source for the signature and the handwriting, excluding on the second page, the Jennifer Flower and Lynn Hernan signatures at the bottom.
Okay. So if we could scroll down to page 2. So if we could stop right there.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. May I add?
Yes.
That also excluded the characters that are underlined and capitalized in this document. So I actually examined more than just the highlighted section to my recollection.
Perfect. I think you had mentioned if we could scroll down to page 3, please. The highlighted portion for the Lynn Hernan signature. Do you see that correct?
I do, yes.
In terms of that, did you came to the conclusion that there was support for common source that Jesse wrote that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Eisner. Anything else?
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Go ahead.
Ms. Eisenhart, when it comes to the questions you were asked about the carbon copy checks, do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
You don't have any knowledge of whether Ms. Hernan had a checkbook with carbon copy checks, do you?
I do not have any knowledge of whether she did or did not.
And you know that some checkbooks do not have carbon copy checks, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If there were carbon copy checks that were, if the state had carbon copy checks for Ms. Hernan, would you have wanted to see those carbon copy checks?
Yes, I would have.
And you didn't get any carbon copy checks, right?
No, I did not.
We talked about what items you compared for Jesse. And you said that some of the writings, of course, were done in a controlled setting, right?
The known writing of Jesse's, yes.
In other words, it would be accurate to say that Jesse sat in a room with police officers or agents and did a number of writings for your purpose.
Yes, that's correct.
But that's not all the known writing you have from Jesse, isn't that fair?
That's fair.
So for example, could I pull up on the screen, please, Madam Clerk? I'm going to show you can you see on your screen yet?
No, not yet.
Let me know when you can.
Okay, I can see the screen now.
Do you see Exhibit 515?
Yes.
And this is a one-page document. Is this one of the items that you were given in your evaluation of Jesse's handwriting?
Yes, I use this item as known writing of Jesse.
Is this item 13?
Yes, it is.
And this wasn't something that was done in that controlled setting. This came to the FBI in a different way. Fair?
That's how I interpreted it, yes.
I'll move for admission, honor of item 13. Or exhibit 515.
Of item 13.
Item 13, exhibit 515.
No objection.
Exhibit 515 is received. Seeking to publish?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
And it's not, you're not involved in any kind of probate case here, are you?
No, I'm not.
This appears to be something having to do with the estate of Lynn Hernan. True?
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Did the jury ever get that up on their screens? Okay, great. All right, then I would like to show you item 14, exhibit 516. This is another document. Let me show you. I'm sorry, it should probably be removed from the jury. Yes. I'm showing you what's marked as item 516. Is this a 2-page document?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as a document you were provided with by field agents?
Yes, this was also a document provided to me as known writing of Jesse's.
And this would be item 14 on your list?
Correct.
You're going to move for admission of exhibit 516, request to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 516 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
So in other words, this is another document that you had of Jesse's that you could use to compare.
Yes, that's right.
Just make sure it publishes for the jury and then I'll move on. And you had, in addition, a 1-page document that was submitted that you labeled item 15, true?
Yes.
Could I remove this and I'll show the witness one more exhibit? Do you see Exhibit 517 here?
I do.
And this is a one-page document. Is this your item 15?
Yes, there does seem to be some distortion to the image that I don't recall from when I examined it, but this is a copy of that document that I received.
And so another known writing that you had for Jesse.
Yes.
Move for admission of 517.
No objection.
517 is received.
No need to publish. I'll show you also item 16. Do you see Exhibit 518 noted on this?
I do.
This appears to be 2 pages, is that right?
Yes.
Is this one of the other documents that you had of known writing of Jesse?
Yes, it is.
Move for admission of item or Exhibit 518.
No objection.
Exhibit 518 is received.
And lastly, on the known writings, let me show you what is marked as Exhibit 519 and is 2 pages. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
This is item 17 in your list.
Yes, that's right.
And this is another document that you were able to evaluate when deciding whether writing was Jesse's or not.
Yes, this was additional known writing I could use for my comparison.
And this appears to be a letter she wrote to a judge. Is that right?
Yes.
Move for admission of Exhibit 519.
No objection.
Exhibit 519 is received. Permission to publish if needed is granted.
Yes, no need to. We've shown the jury enough. You were asked questions about Jesse admitting to writing checks. Remember that line of questioning?
I do.
In interviews that this jury has heard, played in this courtroom, Jesse said that she may have written some checks for Lynn while she was in the hospital. Did the state tell you anything like that?
No, not that I recall.
Does that affect your opinion in any way?
No, it does not.
There's nothing in the interviews that Jesse admitted writing all of these checks.
I'm not aware of any information about the interviews.
You said that even on some of the support for common source opinions involving Jesse, that there's limitations. What kind of limitations are there?
So with regard to the opinions of support for common source with Jesse, I'm going to refer to my report if that's okay, Your Honor.
Sure.
So as I mentioned with the checks that we had some photos of yesterday on the screen, those of course are limited in their clarity and detail. They're low resolution images, and there are times when it's hard for me to see how characters are formed, how they may be connected, if they're connected, if they're broken, or if that detail is just lost in the reproduction of those images. That's one of them. And the other limitation with respect to the support for common source conclusions, that's what you were asking me about, right?
Yes.
Is the presence of unexplained characteristics. So an unexplained characteristic is something that is observed, well, a characteristic observed in the question document that whenever I examine the known writing, I can't seem to account for it in the known writing. It's either inconsistent, I may not have enough examples of it, or have enough variations of it. So that's another reason why I am not able to perhaps reach a source identification in those cases.
Okay, thank you. You were asked about Exhibit 506, Item 4. I'm going to bring that back up again on the screen for everyone to see. It's already in evidence. And I direct your attention to this exhibit. Do you recall this?
I do.
This would be Item 4. It's a letter. If we look at page 7 on this particular letter, did you reach a conclusion
I did.
And did you reach a conclusion as to whether Jesse wrote Lynn? I see Lynn is highlighted. Did you reach a conclusion as to whether Jesse was the author of the highlighted word Lynn?
So I examined all of item 4, which was many pages, and my opinion with regard to whether Jesse prepared that was a support for different sources, and that included the Love Lynn salutations. Again, there are limitations why I'm not able to reach a source exclusion in that case.
Okay, that could come down while I bring up another item that you were asked about. When you were asked previously about item or exhibit 508, item 6, do you remember those questions? And you were asked to give an opinion about the highlighted area that I'm showing on page 1. Do you remember that?
I do recall the questions. Yes, I don't see anything on my screen. If
Oh, you
you're
don't?
no,
Okay.
if you're trying to show anything.
Apologies, I should have said so. It should come up in a minute.
I see it now. Thank
Do you
you.
remember this exhibit?
Yes.
When we go to page 2 of this exhibit, did you reach an opinion about the signature of Lynn Hernan as it relates to Jesse?
I did reach an opinion.
And
Um,
what was that opinion?
So in
This
the
could be published, Madam Clerk, because we have already introduced it.
I was inconclusive with regard to whether or not Jesse prepared the highlighted signature on item 6.
Thank you. That can come down. When you were talking about excluding characters and more than just highlighted sections, what do you mean when you say that kind of give that kind of an opinion?
So whenever I'm giving an opinion of, let's say, a support for common source, if I say excluding whatever that content is, that means I'm not giving a support for common source for that part that I'm excluding. And in the following conclusions in my report, I would have addressed that excluded portion. So in the example of item 6 that we just talked about, I gave an opinion with regard to whether Jesse did or didn't write it, excluding the Lynn Hernan signature. And later on in my report, I came down a little further down the page and gave an inconclusive opinion for that.
And just pulling up for your, if we could pull up on the screen, the item that's already been admitted, Exhibit 523, item 21. Can you see that on your screen?
Not yet.
Okay,
Oh, here it is. Okay. I can see it now. Thank you.
all right. Your opinion, I think you said before, was that Lynn Hernan, there's a support for Lynn Hernan having prepared the handwritten text of item 21, exhibit 523, and the signature at the bottom. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I said support for common source that Lynn wrote the questioned handwriting and the signatures, the Lynn Hernan signatures on this item.
Why are some of these items, why do some of the items that we've been looking at this morning have yellow highlighting on them? Who did that yellow highlighting?
I don't know who did the highlighting, but when I initially was assigned this case, I contacted the FBI contributor and noted that the quantity of examinations that he was asking me to do by the trial deadline was going to be very challenging for me to be able to complete all of that. And I asked if perhaps there were parts of the documents that we could limit my analysis to that would be helpful and also timely in providing a report to the contributor.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are going to take our morning break. Ma'am, you may step down. And all rise for the jury, please.
What I will say to you guys is it's worth
It is.
On my right,
it is worth watching this all tonight because there's some exciting things coming up. shall we just say, well, I'm not saying exciting, but there's some twists and turns coming today.
All the way to the front, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right
I'm doing
hand.
well.
And my clip.
I'm just doing well. I'm just like I like things to be done professionally. Last 3 days have been disasters for me, so and I don't mind that. I want to know what happens. I'm invested. Let's go. Just happened to find the highlighted tool could be. I don't know. In all honesty, I think that the state, knowing that the defense wanted this, should have just sent everything to the FBI. It'd be easier, a lot easier to put proper things to them rather than go through hoops like this. And it would be more conclusive then, rather than having photocopies and stuff like that. What is it to hide? It'd be more conclusive. So I'm a little bit frustrated with the state not doing that.
Teresa,
Right.
who's all the way to our left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. You have a seat.
First thing I will ask you to do is to
State your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sarah Tromp, SARATROMP.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Galaviz.
Thank you,
Oh,
Judge.
said Trump. I was like, Jonathan's going to be all over this one.
So you're a nurse, correct?
Yes, nurse practitioner.
Oh,
Would you
fuck.
prefer that I call you
Right, I
just
put
Ms.
this to
Trump?
1.
Yes, please.
Sorry, guys. I put this to 1.5. This guy, I can't. 1.5. I can't. Not with this guy. He's an absolute loon.
And you used to be called Miss McGrath?
Correct. Maiden name.
Life material.
You're currently employed, correct?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Freighter in the medical college.
What do you do at Freighter?
That just means.
Practitioner in neurosurgery.
Hang on. That just means there's more. Could be of Jesse. It could be. Hey, you could be right, Nanya. You could be very well right. It just means. I'm frustrated with the state and the police because I think they've done a really shoddy job, to be quite honest with you. But you know, I don't think it changes things in the end. But I don't like the way they've conducted this and try to hide stuff. I do not like it. So that's why I think the prosecution could have done a much better job sending stuff out and things. But whatever, we're here. Doesn't matter. We're here.
And how long you been
Takes us
working
30
there?
minutes. I know.
5 years.
Was there a point in time that you worked for pain management?
Yes.
And when did you work at pain management?
March 2017 through November 2018.
So in November, you shifted over to Freighter?
Correct. Yes.
And while you were working at pain management, were you a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And as a nurse practitioner, are you allowed to prescribe
Yes.
medication?
Correct. Yes.
Are nurses allowed to prescribe medication?
Not an RN, but an advanced practice nurse practitioner.
So you're an advanced nurse.
Yes.
And again, you were an advanced nurse at pain management.
Yes.
And at pain management, what is that? What kind of
It's
facility?
worthless, Terry. Worthless.
A clinic and ambulatory surgery center that does medications and interventional pain management.
Yeah, at pain management, what kind of patients did you see? Did you see patients that were referred to you by other doctors?
Yes.
Were you see patients who just walked in?
Yes.
And in 2017, did you see a patient by the name of Lynn Hearn?
Yes.
Was she a patient of yours?
Yes.
Was she assigned to you when you were at pain management?
Yes.
So if Lynn Hernan wanted to see somebody at pain management, she had to make an appointment with you.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 540. And can I publish this, or has it already been moved into evidence?
Go ahead.
Do you have it on your screen yet?
I do not.
Maybe, but you got to look at
I'm scroll over
all
this exhibit
options.
just to make
But
sure.
anyway,
that you are familiar with it. It's a 39-page exhibit. Am I going too fast for you, sir? Ms. Trump?
No.
I think it's like more pure pain management or something. It says.
Oh, so you've seen that exhibit before, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed it prior to
This
your
is a
testimony, correct?
1.5, Mecky.
And exhibit
1.5.
540, is that a copy of a record on Lynn Hernan that you had at Advanced Pain Management?
Yes.
And Miss Hernan came to you because she was in pain, I take it.
Yes.
And the records indicate that she's been in pain since 1991.
Per the records, correct? Yes.
And you began treating Miss Hernan according to page 36 of the record. Your first contact with her, correct? On July 10th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
So you don't remember Lynn Hernan, do you?
Not specifically.
She doesn't stand out to you as a patient that you saw?
I mean, he's got a son, so we know he's probably pretty quick. He's probably quick in the bedroom. Well, he can't be any slower in the bedroom anyway, that's for sure. But he's got a kid out of it, at least one. Jesus. Can you imagine if he was this slow seducing his wife? Oh my days, do you mean? He'd be like, just get her over done with, man. Jesus.
But based upon the record, you know you treated her.
Correct. Yes.
And in 2017, July, why she came in and what you treated her for would be reflected in the record, correct?
Yes.
And on July 10th, 2017, page one, she was complaining of low back pain.
Correct. Yes.
Was she complaining of anything else?
As it states in the record, low back pain and weakness in the legs.
Did you treat her for the low back pain?
Yes.
And what did you prescribe medication?
Yes.
What did you prescribe?
Over the course, per the records, over the course of treatment with Lynn, tizanidine, Butrans, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and baclofen.
Over the course of your treatment.
Correct.
But on July 10th, 2017, you didn't prescribe that, did you?
No.
Where on this document would it indicate what you prescribed there?
I believe it would be on page possibly 38, a little bit lower. Possibly 39, apologies. So it looks, per the records, July 10th, no medications were prescribed, but an MRI lumbar spine was ordered.
And on page 38 of the report, it mentions the word oswestry, correct?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a self-reported function scale for patients of their everyday activities when patients that have acute or chronic low back pain.
Is it safe to say that everything, when you're treating Ms. Hernan, you treat her as to what she's reporting to you as far as her pain, her problems, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the score, she indicates that she's a 35 out of 50.
Per the records, yes.
You know, but again, she's telling you that, correct?
Yes,
You don't know for a fact that she's a 35 out of 50, correct?
it is self-reported. Yes.
I don't know who's adopted them. I don't know that one. I mean, this is a 1.5, guys. Look at the length of it.
I'm going to show you an exhibit 616. And tell me what's up on your screen.
It is, yes.
Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes,
The two-page exhibit, would you agree?
yes.
Judge, I moved this exhibit into evidence and asked it to be published.
No objection. Exhibit 216 is received, permission to publish granted. 616, sorry, thank you. I wrote down a 2.
You have to wait till the screen comes up with the jury.
Done yet? I did not ask a woman. I asked the audience. No, I was just wondering what age range it was in here. That's all. So I was not specifically asking a woman. None yet. Because Jonathan's here, I'm here. So plus I know most people's ages anyway.
This is what you're referring to as the Oswestry score?
Yes.
And this is, what is this?
This is a self-reported tool that patients use to report their function in their everyday activities when they have low back pain.
So page 2 of the exhibit is something that the patient has to fill out.
Correct.
And they fill out, I take it, this questionnaire the day they come in.
Yes,
Is it prior to you seeing them or after you see them?
during intake prior to me seeing them.
And these questions are asked to fill out pain intensity, correct?
Yes,
Personal care, correct?
yes,
What's 3? Lifting?
lifting.
And they're asked to mark checkout boxes, correct?
Yes,
And again, the patient themselves are the ones who fill this out.
yes,
Again, self-reporting.
self-reported. Yes,
They're asked about their walking,
yes,
5 sitting,
yes,
6 is standing. And again, as Ms. Hernan is going through this questionnaire, she's marking boxes.
yes,
She's asked about her sleeping, correct?
yes,
And then sleeping, she's asked certain questions, correct? Or certain boxes are there for her to mark.
correct. Yes,
And the boxes consist of pain does not prevent me from sleeping well, correct?
yes,
Down from pain prevents me from sleeping at all, correct?
correct.
Talks about her social life.
Yes.
Why is that important? Why does a patient get asked that?
Uh, if someone's in pain, it can inhibit their everyday activities, and social life is a part of everyday activities.
Again, as far as number 1, pain intensity, there's certain boxes that she needs to mark, correct?
Yes,
I can tolerate the pain I have without having to use painkillers, correct?
correct.
That's like from 1 to 10 scale almost, correct?
I believe so. Yes,
The last box is painkillers have no effect on the pain and I do not use them, correct?
yes,
And again, Ms. Hernan filled out this questionnaire before she saw you, correct?
yes,
And on the scale, she considers herself, at least on July,
I knew you kicked in, yeah, it's all good. I knew you kicked in.
per the records.
and below the scale, it talks about what no disability is,
I always say it's anonymous, just in case people don't know. It's anonymous. It's definitely anonymous.
correct?
Yes,
Mild disability, moderate disability, severe disability, completely disabled, correct?
yes,
And it gives a description.
yes,
And Ms. Hernan, in this case, as far as self-report, she thought she was moderate, correct?
per the records. Per my records.
Well, she reported a 35,
Yes,
which would place her completely disabled.
yes,
It also says
You
these
are
patients are
moving.
either bedbound or exaggerating their symptoms.
I think I know
per this
everyone's age.
definition. Yes,
I think so.
You know, you saw her again, I take it, from 2017 to 2018, correct?
yes,
She was your patient on those visits, correct?
yes.
You can't recall how many times you visited her, correct?
I would have to refer to the records.
Again, on page 616, or exhibit 616, right before the instruction part, it talks about that this test has been used for a while, correct?
Yes,
It's been around since 1980,
yes,
and it's considered the gold standard
per this document. Yes,
for low back pain functional outcome tools, correct?
yes,
Going back to exhibit 540, which has been received by and published already. You saw her again, according to the records, on August 1st, 2017, correct?
yes.
And on August 1st, 2017, did she have to fill out this questionnaire again?
I cannot recall.
Is that a requirement that every time you see a patient, they have to fill out this questionnaire, or sometimes they don't?
I cannot recall on the intake.
But on August 1st, she came in, it was just a follow-up,
Yes, correct.
and she again was complaining about her back pain.
Yes,
And as far as history of present illness, you reviewed that when you're talking with her?
yes,
And again, she continues to talk about her back pain and
yes.
any other pain?
Per the record, it says there's weakness in low back, hips, shoulders, right knee.
Does it indicate the pain makes the patient feel frustrated?
Yes,
And your assessment, when you saw her on page 34 of the exhibit, you gave an assessment after you treated her?
yes.
And what was your assessment?
So per the records, following up on to review the MRI and discuss treatment options. And says patient states she has a lot of muscle spasms in her legs and low back at night that affects her sleeping.
So she's complaining about her sleeping.
Yes,
And she also on that page informed you that she's been in pain since 1991.
Yes, per the records.
And in July 10th, 2017, when there's an area where it refers to bear with me. But in a lot of these documents, they go over a list, like, you have any problems with your eyes and things like that, correct?
Yes,
In July 10th, 2017, she was asked and she said negative.
I would have to refer to the document.
And this time, the assessment on the second paragraph, again, the date is August 1st, 2017, correct?
Correct.
But she reports on that same sentence that she had fallen.
Looks like per the records, she had a fall on July. Can I clarify if that's the 16th or the 18th, 17?
And apparently, the fall increased her pain.
Correct, yes.
Again, self-report.
Self-report per the records.
She was again seen at that clinic, according to the records, on August 16th, correct?
Yes, correct.
2017. But on that date, she was treated by Dr. Young, correct?
Yes,
And why was she treated by Dr. Young on that particular date instead of you?
for an injection.
So you prescribed an injection for her.
Yes,
And the injection was for pain?
yes,
Is it true that you also tried patches with her?
yes,
And again, for pain?
yes.
And the patches, do they have, the pain patches, do they have any kind of substance in them?
They do. It was the Butrans patch, buprenorphine,
And is that an opiate or a benzo?
an opioid.
And her next visit at the clinic was on September 12th, 2017, again with Dr. Young, correct?
Yes,
What was the reason for a second visit with Dr. Young?
per the records, it was another injection.
And in the history section that she reported to on that visit, she talks about her last visit, correct?
Yes,
And what did she state about her history?
per the records, and this is the procedural note. So Dr. Jung, patient states 10% relief.
And she self-reports that the pain 510 at best, 810 at worst, she's currently at 610.
Yes,
And that's again the visit with Dr. Young on page 26 of the exhibit, correct?
yes,
On September 26, 2017, she visited your clinic again, correct?
yes,
And this time she was treated by you again.
yes.
And the reason for the visit, is it listed on page 1 of that exhibit?
Back pain. Yes,
Again, she still is having back pain.
yes,
Where she reports moderate severe, is it self-report?
self-report. Yes,
And she indicates that it's getting worse.
yes,
That it occurs persistently, correct?
yes,
And she describes where she's getting the back pain, correct?
yes.
What does the exhibit say that where she is receiving the back pain?
Location of pain is lower back and gluteal area.
And right below that, there's a pain details, correct?
Yes,
There's a pain score. It's a 6. It says pain score at best is 6, at worst is 10, and she's currently 6 out of 10, correct?
yes,
Again, when I was talking to you about that scale where it discusses like eyes and respiratory on September 26th, when it talks about eyes, it's negative, right?
Per the records, yes.
And this, you see this review of symptoms like in July 10th, in her prior visits, July 10th and August 1st, where as far as her eyes, she was indicating, at least in this visit, September 2017, that she has no problems with her eyes and no pain, correct?
Per this page, yes.
At least this part of this time in her life, she's not complaining about her eyes.
Per the records, yes.
But it does list as far as her weight, correct?
Yes.
What does she report as far as her weight?
199 pounds per the records.
And on this visit, do you prescribe any medication for her?
I would have to reference the
Would it be at the
plan.
bottom of the screen?
The plan, yes. Yes, this right here.
Did you prescribe?
Yes.
What did you prescribe?
Per the records, the tizanidine increased to 3 times a day as needed for spasms, and then started the Butrans patch.
Is that the patch you refer to?
Yes,
And that's the one that has opioids?
it's an opioid agonist antagonist.
And it talks about these two medications along with her smoking and asthma can cause, what does that sentence say?
These two medications, along with her smoking and history of asthma, COPD, can cause respiratory depression and increase her mortality rate threefold.
What is that?
So when taking an opioid and a benzodiazepine concurrently, that can increase respiratory depression or decreased breathing.
As far as you had an assessment, correct?
Yes.
And on page 24 of the exhibit, it talks about your assessment of her, correct?
Yes.
And the last paragraph, you mentioned she reports that she does PT every day at home, correct?
Per the records, yes.
And she was unable to make appointments because she has so many doctor appointments to go to.
Per the records, yes.
And for the records, on page 18 of this exhibit, you see her again, correct?
Yes.
And this is on October 9, 2017.
Yes.
And as far as chief complaint, she again is complaining about her back.
Yes.
It talks about her back pain severity levels, correct?
Yes.
Moderate to severe.
Yes.
She indicates to you self-report that it's getting worse.
Yes.
Again, it's occurring persistently.
Yes.
She describes where she's suffering as far as back pain.
Yes. Per the records.
She again describes the pain as being burning and throbbing.
Yes.
When a patient tells you that the pain is burning and throbbing, as her treatment provider, what is she describing to you?
It's a pain descriptor, so pain can be all different types of burning, throbbing, sharp shooting, an adjective on how she perceives the pain.
And again, on the pain details, the pain score 6 being best, and at worst, I'm not sure if it's a 6 or 8. She's currently 8 out of 10.
Per the records, yes.
So in comparison to her other visits, she's getting worse as far as self-report.
Correct. Per self-report, yes.
Again, in that area where she discusses her eyes, again, she reports negative, correct?
Per the records, yes.
No dry eyes, no eye pain.
Per the records, yes.
As far as her assessment, you list the referral by Dr. Smith, correct?
Yes.
Had you been in contact with Dr. Smith?
Per the records, I believe there was a conversation between her and I.
Do you know who Dr. Smith is? In
Uh,
relationship to Ms. Smith?
her primary care provider who referred the patient to me.
And in this assessment, she's complaining about weakness in her legs,
Yes.
numbness, correct?
Yes.
The pain is aggravated by all her ADLs. What is that? What's she referring to?
Activities of daily living.
She continues to say pain relieved by swimming medication, but she also reports, what does she report in her assessment there?
Loss of bowel and bladder since her GI issues 2 years ago, per her report.
you prescribe medication on this visit?
Yes,
This is page 21 of this exhibit. Does it list what you prescribed?
yes, Norco.
The patch?
No, Norco hydrocodone, a pill,
And what's that? What's hydrocodone? Is it opioid or benzo?
an opioid.
You apparently treated her again on December 7th, 2017, correct?
Yes,
I agree, John. I agree, John.
December 4th, I'm sorry, 2017, correct?
yes,
I mean, you're listed as your treater on the day, correct?
yes,
And again, she complains about pain in her back.
yes,
She talks about the severity, correct?
yes,
It says severity level is moderate, severe. The problem is changing in character. What is that? That's what she's reporting to you.
changing, yes,
It's still persistent.
yes,
She describes the pain as ache, sharp shooting, stabbing, correct?
yes,
Here, her pain score is 6 out of 10, correct?
yes,
Again, self-report.
correct.
When we review the symptoms on this exhibit, as far as the eyes, she reports pain now.
Yes, per this record.
So on December 4th, 2017, she says her eyes are dry and she has pain in her eyes.
Yes,
This assessment part, is this done by you after you talk with her?
yes,
So this is your assessment of her when you treated her each time.
during the office visit, yes.
And on December 4th, 2017, what was your assessment?
Per the record, she had taken hydrocodone for a month. It was giving her adequate pain relief, but was receiving alprazolam from her primary care provider, which taken together can increase her risk of respiratory depression. And per the record, I spoke with her primary care provider a few weeks ago, and I will be stopping the hydrocodone so that the primary care provider can continue to prescribe the alprazolam for her anxiety and sleep without the concurrent risk.
And the next paragraph, you again continue your assessment, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It says here today, 12/4/2017. Is that your assessment, continued assessment?
Yes.
And what do you indicate there?
I just previously stated, but Lynn took the hydrocodone for a month, breaking the 2 tabs in half to space out the dosing throughout her day. This was giving her adequate pain relief, but is currently receiving alprazolam from her primary care provider for sleep, nighttime anxiety, which taken together can increase her risk of respiratory depression and mortality threefold. I spoke with her primary care provider a few weeks ago, and I will be stopping the hydrocodone so that her primary care provider can continue to prescribe the alprazolam for her anxiety and sleep without the concurrent risk. Lynn is,
So she's reporting breaking her tablets.
yes, for the records.
And she's taking hydrocodone and another substance, correct?
Yes,
And the other substances,
per the records, alprazolam.
are they both opioids or are they benzos?
The hydrocodone is an opioid and the alprazolam is a benzodiazepine.
And again, it's a patient shouldn't do that.
They can increase the risk of respiratory depression when taken together.
And you discuss a plan with her.
Yes,
And what's the plan?
discontinue the hydrocodone due to the increase of taking the hydrocodone and the alprazolam together.
And on this particular day, you prescribe medication.
Yes,
What's the medication prescribed on this particular day?
cyclobenzaprine,
And what is cyclobenzaprine?
a non-opioid muscle relaxant.
And prior to this day, you had never prescribed cyclobenzaprine.
Correct.
Why did you feel cyclobenzaprine was going to help her?
She had reported muscle spasms and the low back pain.
According to this record on page 10, you treated her again on January 29, 2018.
Yes,
And this is the first time she's seen you in 2018, correct? As far as the record shows,
per the records, I believe 2018.
2018.
Yes,
And again in 2018, January, she continues to complain about her back pain.
yes,
She again talks about it, the pain being worsening, correct?
yes,
Persistent,
yes,
shooting, stabbing, correct?
yes,
The same reporting that she did in other visits.
yes,
On the pain score, it's 7 out of 10.
yes,
That's what she's indicating to you.
yes, self-report.
Again, on this visit in January, she talks about her eyes again, or reports that her eyes are still dry and she's still in pain.
Yes,
Again, you assess after she leaves. And what is your assessment of
per the records on January 29th, reports such bad welts all over her body and organ distension yesterday. She tried the cyclobenzaprine for her muscle spasms in December, but stopped at 1/8/18 due to increased weight gain. She also reports a bad headache while on this medication. It interrupted her sleep. She woke up 2 hours after 2 hours versus her normal 4 hours of rest. She is wanting to try one more medication, even though she commonly gets adverse effects to medications.
So on that visit, she reports to you that she's allergic to cyclobenzaprine,
Per the records, side effects. Yes.
and she stopped taking it.
Per the records, yes.
And again, cyclobenzaprine is a what kind of substance?
Muscle relaxant,
Opioid or benzoid?
non-opioid.
Do you formulate a plan?
Yes.
What is your plan with her?
Discontinue the cyclobenzaprine and start metataxalone, which is a muscle relaxant as well.
Here in the plan, it talked about a test, correct?
Yes.
What does it say about a test?
Urine drug screen on September 26, 2017, appropriate for alprazolam, but inappropriate for temazepine, not prescribed to her.
So according to your examination of her, she is not taking her medication as prescribed.
Per the records.
On that same exhibit where we're talking about her eyes are being positive for dry eyes and eye pain, there's a area that talks about, is it psych?
Psych.
What is that?
So review of symptoms, psychological system.
And they report anxiety and insomnia.
Correct, yes.
Again, insomnia is not being able to sleep.
Yes, correct.
The next time you see her is February 28, 2018, correct?
Correct, yes.
And her chief complaint continues to be back pain.
Yes.
The pain is still persistent, lower back, it's gone to her hips.
Yes.
On his pain score, I think here she says 5 out of 10,
I believe so, yes.
but she says the pain again is shooting and stabbing.
Yes.
Regarding the eyes, she continues to report that she has dry eyes and eye pain.
Per this record, yes.
So she reported that in January and again in February, pain with her eyes.
Yes, per the records.
Again, in the psych area, she reported anxiety and insomnia,
Yes.
still not able to sleep.
Yes.
And you had, again given assessment, correct?
Yes.
What was your assessment?
So on February 28th, 2018, she was in for follow-up. She reports that she has been sick for the past 2 weeks. Her primary care provider completed her annual compliance urine specimen for compliance with her alprazolam since her last office visit, and her specimen showed oxapam, temazepam, and nordiazepam, along with ethyl glucuronide. Because of this, the patient has been discharged from that practice due to non-compliance with urine screen and will be establishing with a new primary care provider that was referred by Dr. Sema.
So based upon your assessment, she's again not complying with her drug medication.
Per these records, yes.
She was discharged.
Correct, yes, per these records.
What is this opioid risk? On page 8 of the exhibit.
The opioid risk assessment tool is a self-reported tool to assess patients' risk of opioid misuse or use.
It says a patient signed a controlled substance agreement on September 26, 2017. What is that? What is she signing?
Whenever the practice or provider was going to be starting a controlled substance, the patient had to sign an agreement outlining the terms of being compliant with a controlled substance.
And after your assessment, you formulate a plan again with Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And what was your plan?
Start baclofen 10 milligrams, 1 tab, twice a day as needed for muscle spasms for 2 weeks. And also,
It talks about here on your plan, a referral.
yes, so offered a referral to pain psychologist, Dr. Papandrea, but patient declines as she has seen a psychologist before with no results.
So you want her to see a psychologist.
A pain psychologist, correct, yes.
And in here on page 9 of the exhibit, it's where it says you prescribe baclofen, correct?
Yes.
You saw the patient again on March 14th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Hernan, correct?
Yes.
And still the back pain, correct?
Yes.
Or the back pain complaint, correct?
Yes.
She talks about it getting worse. correct?
Yes,
And you had prescribed the baclofen to treat the pain, correct?
Yes.
And the baclofen is what kind of controlled substance?
It's not a controlled substance. It's a muscle relaxant.
She talks about the pain being piercing, shooting, correct?
Yes.
Pain score again 5 out of 10.
Yes.
on the top of page 3, it describes the baclofen and has the word rash on it.
Yes,
Is that what you reported to you?
yes,
Again, on the eye section, it talks about dry eyes, eye pain. It's still happening, correct?
yes.
Are you doing any treatment for those?
No, I am not.
And you have an assessment for her, correct?
Yes.
And what is your assessment on March 28th?
Here today, March 14th, 2018, for follow-up office visit, she tried the baclofen for her muscle spasms, but she broke out into a rash on her abdomen, so I had to stop this. She established with a new primary care provider who she likes and who refilled her nighttime alprazolam. When asked about non-medication pain relief modalities to try, patient reports that she does daily exercises with the bands that she got from PT.
So it talks about allergies, correct?
Yes,
She mentions at the bottom of page 2 what she's allergic to, or is it something you found out yourself, this self-report?
either self-report or from outside records.
So records, follow-up records that you have indicate these allergies, correct?
Yes,
And again, that's where she indicates one of her allergies is baclofen, correct?
I believe that was added once she had tried the medication trial for the records.
These other allergies that she's allergic to, what are they?
A variety of medications, fluticasone, which is, I'm not as familiar with these medications, but a nasal spray, various antibiotics, a cholesterol medication, nausea medication, a variety of medications.
And the medications on the right of that, it talks about what effects they have on her,
The reported side effect or allergy. Yes,
like weight gain, shortness of breath,
yes, yes,
hearing,
yes,
salt weeping from all orifices and decreased.
yes, per the records.
What's that?
I am not sure.
Again, she complains about her eyes.
Yes,
She's ENMT. What is that?
ear, nose, mouth, throat system.
It's just tinnitus.
Correct, yes.
What's that?
Ringing in the ears.
Talks about her psych, correct me positive,
Yes,
anxiety, insomnia.
yes,
Still have problem sleeping.
yes, per the records.
Back pain, joint pain,
Yes,
and positive for easy bruising.
yes,
On the physical exam, it talks about psychiatric, I believe. It talks about patient appears anxious.
yes,
But it talks about at the top of the constitutional patient is obese.
yes.
And you have an assessment with her on this visit, correct?
Yes.
And what's your assessment on March 14th, 2018?
Here today, March 14th, 2018, for follow-up office visit, she tried the baclofen for her muscle spasms, but she broke out into a rash on her abdomen, so had to stop this. She established with a new primary care provider who she likes and who refilled her nighttime alprazolam. I'm not sure if it goes on. That's all I see on my screen.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. When asked about non-medication pain relief modalities to try, patient reports that she does daily exercises with the bands that she got from PT.
It talks about risk. Is this risk factor?
Risk factors, yes.
What do you put down for risk factor?
Risk factors can be any concurrent illness or disease that could put a patient at risk for other medical issues.
And what do you list there?
Anxiety, current cigarette smoker, obesity, hyperlipidemia, mild COPD, asthma, hypothyroidism, GERD, gastric reflux disease, hypertension, and restless leg syndrome.
And here again, you formulate a plan, correct?
Yes. To summarize, discontinue the baclofen due to abdominal blisters and, quote, salt in mouth, and offered a retrial of physical therapy, offered pain psychologist, continue non-medication modalities such as swimming, heat, ice, offered nutrition services, but patient declined, and then follow up in 2 months or as needed.
She said, apparently your plan said would avoid using opioids.
Correct, yes, would avoid using opioids in this patient. For as she is currently taking a benzodiazepine and had alcohol in her last year in drug screen despite her reported rare social drinking.
Towards the bottom of that it says, did you read this part too?
Yes, offered a referral to a pain psychologist.
Had you made that offer before?
I believe so per the records, yes.
Did she refuse?
I believe she declined per the records, yes.
Again, in February of 2017 or 2018, she stopped taking the cyclobenzapine, correct?
I'm going to try to ask an answer at this point. We really cold breeze. Overall,
I believe at that point she has stopped taking the cyclobenzaprine.
And in March, again, as we just indicated, she stopped taking baclofen.
Per the records, yes.
Now, Ms. Trump, in October 3rd of 2018, you've probably heard that Ms. Hearn passed, correct?
I I was, yes,
You're notified by somebody that she passed away, correct?
I am not sure.
But in this case, samples of Ms. Hernan's blood and urine and liver and things were taken from her to examine to see what kind of substance, if any, she had in her system.
Yes,
And it was reported that she had cyclobenzaprine in her system.
yes,
And it was reported she also had baclofen in her system.
yes.
But she had stopped taking them at the beginning of the year, correct?
Per the records, yes, my records.
Would there be some concern to you that she has taken cyclobenzaprine again?
There would be concern, yes.
Would there be concern to you that she also took baclofen again?
Yes, there would be concern.
Would it be even more concerning that she took them both?
Yes, there would be concern.
And why is that?
Per the records, it was discussed in her patient report. They were discontinued because they had given her side effects.
No further questions, Judge?
Very briefly, Judge. Ms. Trump, the records that you were just shown, it's fair to say that the most recent in time was the March 14th of 2018 visit. Is that true?
Yes,
And so if the patient's date of death was October 3rd of 2018, we're talking almost 7 months between the last time that you saw her and her death per these records, right?
yes,
Okay. And would it be fair to say that any patient that goes to advanced pain management is trying to get some help, some pain relief?
yes,
Okay. The records that you went through, would it be fair to say that Ms. Hernan appeared to be very capable of self-reporting symptoms she didn't like
yes,
for different medications,
yes.
like a rash on her abdomen?
That is patient reported, yes.
Okay. And she reported increased salt in her mouth, right?
What was reported to me, yes.
And weight gain is listed in those records.
Yes,
The records don't have any indication that Ms. Hernan ever told you, I can't swallow these pills. My throat won't let me swallow these. I have to crush them all up.
not per the records.
Okay. You were asked about the plan at the point in time when you determined to remove the hydrocodone. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes,
And you also recall that those records actually indicate that Ms. Hernan said that between the two, alprazolam and hydrocodone, the alprazolam was more important to her.
yes, per
Did
the,
that factor into the medication she?
Hi, Sandra. Yeah, we sped it up because it's just too slow. It's just too slow, it was. But we're going to slow it down now after this witness. But yeah, we had to speed it up because of that guy. It's just too much, too slow. Like, so that was 1.75. So yeah, it was too slow.
She was removed from?
yes,
Okay. Did you see when you were going through those records that at the first visit in July of 17, Ms. Hernan reported she wasn't interested in pain medications?
I believe that was a part of the records, yes.
Is that actually repeated again in another visit that Ms. Hernan wasn't interested in pain medications?
I would have to reference the records.
Ms. Trump, if I told you that in excess of 6 different times, there's a negative indication for depression for Ms. Hernan, does that coincide with your memory of those records?
I cannot recall, but if that's what's documented,
Would depression be part of that psych system that's reviewed?
depression is a part of the psych system.
Okay. In portions of the records, I think you talked a little about bladder and bowel issues. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Does it, when you were working in advanced pain management, did they have the ability to run labs, for example, for tetrahydrozoline in someone's blood?
I cannot recall what specifically could be tested for, but we did routine urine drug screening. But I do not know what specifically, besides like controlled substances, were assessed.
If I told you that tetrahydrozoline is in over the counter Visine, would that be a controlled substance likely to be tested for at your office?
Over-the-counter medications are not controlled substances.
Okay, so that would not have been something that was tested in anything, any sample from Ms. Hernan throughout these visits.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Trump, is it, while you were treating Ms. Hernan,
Emma, I'm going to the finishes.
she was also being
What was
treated
the
by a
thing?
primary care physician, correct?
Yes,
So if you weren't prescribing medication to her, her primary care physician was correct?
yes,
She was receiving medication from you, also her primary care physician, correct?
yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
And she may. Thank you for being here.
Can we see what sidebar then? on
Yes,
witnesses?
please.
That's
You
what
guys are
she
mine.
said. Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. No worries. Don't show. We're about 3 hours behind. Right, hang on. I like her hair. I like it. Well, I like her anyway. So it's on mute. It is on their side. Yeah, sorry, Sandra. We don't normally. The reason is because that lawyer's too slow. We're back to 1.25 in a second, Sandra. Once we get normal witnesses back, we'll be back to normal. Um, so it was only one off that was. We're not going to play everyone at that high speed. But this witness wasn't bringing anything, and that guy is just so slow. And you'll see now there's not much going on for a little bit longer. So it'll come up here now that there's some issues that have occurred. I had massive issues. Yeah, I did. Had no candles, I stuck a cigarette. Right, the court is there, but they're not putting the audio on. So there's been delays in the court today. Apparently there was one exhibit that they had to redo or something. And also, I'm not sure if they announced it or if it's coming up now, but there was an issue with the juror. There's an issue with the juror. We can skip through. We can, but this is not a break. As in, I'm not sure when announcing it. A juror has been let go in the trial. Not because they did anything bad, because they were ill. So I'm not sure when they announce these things. Like here, it's not a break. They're discussing stuff at the minute. Just we can't hear them. No, they were just ill. That's all. Here we go. There might be something here now. So they've gone for a sidebar. So maybe this is now when she tells people. So it can't go forward too much. So you see them now. They're working on something. I think they had 4 alternates, didn't they? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Right, here she is. Oh, I mean, she looks gorgeous. The judge does.
Mr. Spiller's report, we didn't, Attorney Nicolai and I didn't discuss Dr. Thomas, or at least I didn't do that. So you want me to, obviously she has to take that Henry Spiller paragraph out.
Right, back to normal speed.
I don't know if it needs, the way that it is, I would not want shown to the jury. If it's something she relied upon, then we'll have to address that. I don't know if there's another way it can be worded. It's not my report, but that would be an issue for publication based upon my rulings at the Daubert hearing on December 9th. And I believe she's your next witness.
She's my next witness. So
She's in the courtroom, so I think that's helpful for her to be able to hear that.
Right.
And the clarifications, and just for the record, so that it's clear, it's 2:00. We've been in the courtroom since 1:00, but some issues came up related to juror number 1, and then related to the court's rulings at the Daubert hearing, Dr. Thomas's report referencing Dr. Spiller, and then Dr. Spiller, sorry, Mr. Spiller, I don't believe he's a PhD if I recall.
Right. you're correct.
Mr. Spiller, and his report, just given the rulings the court made in December of last year, specifically related to the limitations this court placed on his testimony regarding cause and manner of death because he's a toxicologist, and otherwise from the court's perspective did not have, even under the Hogan decision, the requisite experience to opine on cause and manner of death. It also went to his opinions about tetrahydrozoline and whether it can be fatal. Now, I indicated as a toxicologist, he certainly could testify as to the effects on the human body, that he could testify that his review of the literature, he has not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I literally can't do anything about it with the echo. It's because of the speakers. Look how beautiful she is there. I've stopped her right on the... She's got big lips as well. I'm sorry. I literally can't do anything. I don't want to do anything just in case it all gets muted again. Do you know what I mean? So, sorry, guys. I can't do much. Apologies.
Come across a death attributed to tetrahydrozoline poisoning, but that he could not go so far as to say it cannot cause death. I'm paraphrasing. I had an opportunity to review at least my decision portion of the December 9, 2022 transcripts. And I know the parties were working on either redactions or it sounds like some modifications to the report in lieu of redactions because it's anticipated those will be exhibits before the jury. I put a lot on the record just now, but anything the state would want to add to that?
No.
How about the defense?
No, I agree with that. I think, let me talk to Attorney Nicolai for a minute about Dr. Thomas's report.
No problem. We do have the ability. It's a pretty quick, easy fix if it needed to be redacted. I believe we already have the exhibit electronically and we have a redaction tool and could block that out if need be.
And I think it would be an easy redaction in this particular.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I think it would be an easy redaction as
I don't know if she has a computer and is able to take it out, but but that's up to you all. We'll go off the record while we complete that. And hopefully we're ready to go shortly.
Sentence that needs to come out. So.
Yeah, why don't we go off the record and we'll turn off the audio and we ask Court TV not to.
Yeah, it was only the Shoni just said that there's a report they have to redact some stuff, and also that a juror has gone home ill. That's it.
It's up for the jury to determine whether to believe any part of the opinion and certainly any facts supporting that.
Twice it references that the decedent's neighbor said Ms. Hernon had suicidal ideations. It's my understanding Dr. Thomas never talked to Jean Tennell. She read something about that in a police report, but that was not put into evidence yesterday with Jean Tennell. So at this point, I think that it's so unreliable that it shouldn't come in under the guise of an opinion of hearsay that this doctor relied on to form her ultimate conclusion. I think it backdoors the hearsay statement from Jean Tennell.
Do you know what? I think I know why it's an echo. If I unmute myself, you're hearing from stereo and through the mic. As soon as I mute myself, you shouldn't hear any echo. So I'll mute myself. I see.
In that this jury has not ever heard yet that Ms. Hernon had suicidal ideations. That's on page 7 and page 2.
Well, I know the state took significant, I don't want to say time, but there were a number of witnesses where the state asked witnesses whether the victim heard death. This is an opinion of an expert. The status of the law is very clear. An expert can rely on hearsay. I think what you are raising goes to weight, not admissibility. The jury instruction on expert testimony tells the jurors very clearly that for any opinion, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's up for the jury to determine whether to believe any part of the opinion and certainly any facts supporting that opinion and whether they have been proved or not. I think it's fair game that you cross-examine her and whether any part of her opinion would change based upon that. I understand the objection, but I am going to overrule it and allow, and I appreciate you bringing it up now. I think that's appropriate, but I'm not going to strike any part of that exhibit or require it to be redacted beyond what the parties have done. Any other parts of her report? Attorney Nicolai?
No, I think that everything else we've agreed to and has been appropriately redacted.
All right, Attorney Kukler, anything from you?
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please have our jury brought out.
Right. This witness is a long one, about 2 hours. I'll play at 1.25 to see how they do. If it's too slow, we play at 1.5. I go to the gym tomorrow, that's for sure. Late night tonight. By all accounts, it sounds like the defense are resting tomorrow. By all accounts. Or even today. But definitely tomorrow, apparently.
Did you get that email? Yes, thank you. Fantastic. Will you print that for me? Thank you. Would it be possible that I can get a
That's what
We
Twitter
can print it
say.
for all.
I
That's fine.
not heard it from a reputable
Three
source.
copies, please.
Let's close, Dr.
Way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Lindsay, Lindsey, Thomas, Thomas.
Go ahead, Attorney Kugler.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Thomas. Make sure this is close enough. So I would like to have the jury get to know you a little bit. And in that regard, have I received from you your curriculum vitae?
Yes,
We call that a CV for short. Is that right?
yes.
And Madam Clerk, could I show that?
Right, I'm gonna 1.5 it. Just for the curriculum vitae. Fuck. We don't need to listen to this. 1.5. I don't care about her.
Do the witness
Vitae.
screen, please. Kind of like a resume, right?
Right.
Now I'll show you, it'll come on your screen in a minute. Is it there yet?
It is.
All right. I would like to show you first the exhibit sticker. I've marked it as 625. Is that right?
Yes,
Can you look, and I'll page down for you. It appears that it's 10 pages.
yes.
And should I page down so you can make sure this is yours?
No, I'm pretty sure it's mine.
Well, I'll page down just so
All right.
very quickly. Okay.
Yes.
Is this your CV?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, move for admission of exhibit 625.
No objection. All right, exhibit 625 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. I'd like to publish. So you've divided your CV into employment and education and organizations and licenses, right?
Right.
So I would like to start down, even though you start out with employment. I'd like the jury to understand first what your educational background is. And in that regard, I put up page 2. I'll wait for the jury to have it on their screens. They do. Okay. So can you tell us about your educational background, please?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Oberlin College in Ohio. Then I went to medical school at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor and have a medical degree from there. Then I did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at University of Michigan. Then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
And what is it? So are you a pathologist?
I am.
And what does it mean to be a pathologist?
Well, a pathologist is the physician who studies disease. So you might have an anatomic pathologist or a clinical pathologist, and I studied both of those. So anatomic pathology is, for example, if you have something biopsied and it gets sent to the lab, it would be a pathologist who looks at it under the microscope and says whether it's cancer or not. Clinical pathologists run laboratories, so if you have blood drawn, it would be a clinical pathologist that might interpret looking at the cells to see if you have leukemia or something like that. Then forensic pathology is a branch a specialized branch of pathology that focuses on areas where medicine and law overlap. And as it's primarily practiced, as I primarily practiced it, it involves medical legal death investigation and doing autopsies.
So you've done autopsies throughout your career?
Yes,
Now, if I look at page 3, if we all look at page 3, you have licenses. Are you licensed
yes,
in medicine and surgery?
yes.
Do you have any board certifications?
I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And you keep those certifications current
I was lucky enough that when I took it, you didn't have to keep retaking it. So I'm grandmothered in
for life?
for life, yes. But I maintain my certifications with continuing medical education.
And I was going to just ask you about that. So you take continuing medical education.
Yes,
You're required to do that as part of being a physician?
yes, is maintaining my licenses.
You have to take so many credits a year,
Yes,
and you do that?
I do.
Are you a member of professional organizations?
Yes.
Which ones are of significance that you could tell the jury about today that you think are important?
Probably the two most important ones are the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which is the organization of all forensic disciplines, including forensic pathology, and the National Association of Medical Examiners, which is the preeminent organization in the United States of medical examiners and forensic pathologists.
Now, I've heard about an organization called NAME, N-A-M-E.
Yes, that's the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Okay, and that's an association that medical examiners throughout the country belong to and follow standards of. Is that true?
Correct. They are an organization that creates standards for forensic pathologists and death investigation agencies to follow.
And it looks to me like you've been on even the board of directors and executive committees at different times in your career.
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about your appointment. So what you've taught, I take it you've taught in the field of pathology.
Yes. Especially at the University of Minnesota, when I was affiliated with Hennepin County, I was one of the instructors for the pathology residents because they're learning about forensic pathology as part of their general rotations.
And then let's let the jury know what kind of work you've done over your career. So I'm going up to the top and of your CV. Can you give us a rundown of your positions?
Sure. I started at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office and was there for a number of years. Then I moved to the Minnesota Regional, originally Coroner's Office, then Minnesota Regional Medical Examiner's Office. And I was the chief medical examiner there for 15 years. And then that office grew and we ended up merging with Hennepin County. So the last 4 years of my career, I was back at Hennepin County. And then since then, you can see at the top, I did work in other places around the country. There's a real shortage of forensic pathologists around the country. So almost every office needs additional help. So I would go and work for several days to fill in if someone was on vacation or out for if they were short-staffed. So I did that, as you can see, kind of all over the place.
And what about at the present time?
Currently, I am no longer doing autopsies in any of those places. I'm trying to retire, but I still have a consulting practice, which is the kind of work that brings me here today.
Okay, so you stopped doing active autopsies maybe in 2022, is that
Yes.
about right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Until just a year ago?
Yes.
All right. And now you're working as a consultant?
Yes,
And you were hired by the defense team in the case of Jesse Krzyzewski, is that right?
that's right.
And as a consultant.
Yes.
Now, have you published in your career, published literature?
Yes.
And I think I can see that you have that on your CV, starting on page 4. It looks like there's a long list of publications, is that right?
Well, it's not that long compared to some people, but considering how little I enjoy writing, it feels long to me.
Okay. And when you have been published, are these articles that have been accepted in actual medical publications and go through a peer review process?
So some of them are peer-reviewed journals, the Clinical Toxicology, International Journal of Legal Medicine, Clinical Biochemistry, Academic Forensic Pathology. Those would be considered peer review, meaning that you submit the article and then other people critique it and offer feedback. Some of these were just articles that I was asked to write for kind of informational articles for like the Minnesota Physician and things like that. So it wasn't a peer review.
Sure. And then you also list that you present and you lecture, is that right?
Yes.
And do you lecture for law enforcement
Yes.
and other physicians,
Yes.
defense attorneys,
Yes. Prosecutors,
prosecutors?
med students, high school students, college students. I've spoken to all kinds of groups.
And you speak about death investigations, manner of death, those sorts of subjects, is that true?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that exhibit down. Thank you. So Dr. Thomas, you said that you do consulting work and you're consulting with our team, is that right?
Yes.
And you're getting paid for your work, are you not?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you're being paid for your work?
Yes. I get paid $400 an hour. And so far I've put in about 14 hours plus whatever I have for today.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up a new exhibit for the witness alone to look at. Just going to be Exhibit 629. Thank you. Here we go.
One more down.
I'm sorry, it's just not popping up so quickly for me. So let me move on from that. I'll come back to it in a little bit. I'm just not finding it. But the point is, it's an exhibit about other testimony you've done. You
Yes.
provided an exhibit about that. Is that true?
That's true.
And although I can't pull it up on the screen right now, may I just show this witness Exhibit 629?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
And is this a 629 is what, an exhibit of your testimony as a consultant?
In the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay. You've testified, I know.
I'll slow it down now after the CV bit. It's gone back to 1.25 now for you guys. So it should be a bit slower now.
Just on here in Minnesota versus Chauvin case.
Yes.
Who did you testify for in that case?
At the request of the prosecution.
That's it. Who was the person that was it Rodney King?
No, that was George Floyd who died.
Oh,
in
George
that
Floyd
case.
who died. Okay. And so that is a list of your testimony. Move for admission of Exhibit 629, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit 629 is received.
So when you came on board on the case, did you receive documents and things to look at, paperwork?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you receive a lot of things?
Yes.
Can you give the jury
There's about hour 20 minutes left, Thierry, on 1.25. Hour 20 left.
overview of the sorts of materials well, before I do that, after you reviewed the materials and reviewed the case, did you prepare a report?
Yes.
And I'll show you what has been marked as Exhibit 561. Ask you if you can identify this as your report. I'll show you the exhibit sticker. And it looks to be 9 pages.
Yes.
Is that your report?
Yes.
I've moved for admission of 561, but not asking to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 561 is received.
Okay.
So let's start and explain what you did in this case and how did you ultimately reach a conclusion?
Yes.
And you were asked to reach a conclusion, fair to say, on cause and manner of death of Lynn Hernan.
Yes.
And you ultimately did reach a conclusion.
Yes.
Before we get to a conclusion, can you explain to the jury what you received and what you did here?
So the way it works is, since I wasn't the pathologist who did the original autopsy, in order for me to understand, I will review all kinds of documents, and I can list those for you, and then answer the specific questions that are addressed to me, and that could vary depending on the case. In this case, it was cause and manner of death. So I reviewed the amended criminal complaint, and I'm referring to my report here.
Down, Madam Clerk.
The autopsy protocol and the amended autopsy protocol, what's called the fact of death certificate, an email from Detective Hoppy to Dr. Buczricki, the Waukesha County Office of the Medical Examiner investigative report, Waukesha County Sheriff's Department's reports, toxicology reports, report from Sherry Kachinko, PhD, scene and autopsy photographs, report from Henry Spiller, Daubert testimony of Dr. Buczricki, Dr. Kachinko, and Henry Spiller, ProHealth Waukesha Memorial Hospital records, Pewaukee Fire Department records, Aurora Healthcare records, advanced pain management records, microscopic slides. So those would be sections of organs that were taken at the time of autopsy, and then they're embedded in paraffin wax and sliced very thin, put on a glass slide, and then stained. And you can make duplicate copies of those so that I could, in my home office, look at copies of those slides. And then an abstract from Dr. Kachinko.
I don't think she's a doctor, but.
Oh, PhD.
Oh, PhD. Okay. And so you reviewed all those materials, you studied them.
Yes.
Now,
What background information about Lynn Hernan, if any, was significant to you?
Oh, well, I would say her past medical history was very significant. She had a very long list of medical conditions and also had quite a few psychiatric disorders. And that's something that's very relevant when forensic pathologists are trying to figure out what the cause and manner of death might be. And also a history of what turned up positive on urine drug screens in her medical history, her recent hospitalization, and all of the illnesses associated with that, and also all of her various prescription medications. So that's the background information on her that we always want to know as much about a person as we can, because that often will help inform us about the cause of death. We don't, as forensic pathologists, we don't just get the cause of death from the autopsy, we get it from the history, the scene, the investigation, the autopsy, the toxicology, and then put all of that together.
So you said that she had psychological issues that played into your forming an opinion.
Yes.
What are those in particular?
She had depression, anxiety, agoraphobia, which is fear of public places, chronic insomnia. Those were the ones that were listed in her medical records.
Okay. And you mentioned about a urine drug screen. So is that the one from February 28th, 2018 that you're
Yes.
talking about? And what about that that's significant to you?
She had something that's called ethyl glucuronidase, which is due to ethanol or alcohol ingestion, and also temazepam, it's a type of drug that's like a benzodiazepine. It's a metabolite of diazepam or Valium, but she wasn't prescribed it. So whenever a patient who's on chronic medications, specifically pain medications or other benzodiazepines, turns up positive for something they're not supposed to be on, that's kind of a red flag, because it suggests that maybe they're getting medications from elsewhere and they may be at increased risk of a drug overdose if they're using their medication and other medications inappropriately.
You note that Ms. Hernan had that hospitalization September 15th to 28th. Is that right?
Yes.
That's 2018. That's shortly before her death, right?
Yes.
Did you find that to be important in your conclusions here?
Yes.
Why?
Well, she was very ill. She had acute kidney injury at that point. She had what are called metabolic disturbances, meaning that a lot of the chemicals in her blood, the calcium, the sodium, were too low. And so that suggests maybe she's malnourished or ill in some other kind of way. She had some elevated liver tests that suggest her liver wasn't functioning that well. And the other thing I think was important is that she met with a palliative care social worker. So she wasn't on hospice care, meaning that she was diagnosed as someone who's terminally ill and likely to die within 6 months. But meeting with palliative care suggests that there was a recognition that she was very chronically ill and probably not likely to recover in a significant way.
Did you notice in the records that when she was released from the hospital, it was with a condition that she'd have a full-time caregiver?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that there was an EKG that you mentioned in your report. Can you explain what that is and what it showed that you thought was important?
Sure. So an EKG is the measurement of the beating of the heart, and that showed what's called first degree AV block. So it's a block between the atrium and the ventricle of the heart, just meaning that part of her electrical conduction system wasn't working properly. And in her case, it must not have been so severe that they felt she needed a pacemaker or a defibrillator or anything like that. But she did have episodes of what's called bradycardia, or slowing of the heart rate. So it certainly indicates that there was probably something going on with her heart, something wrong with her heart. And that did prove to be true at autopsy.
And did they do a CT of her liver as well?
Yes.
What did that show?
That showed what's called fatty infiltration of the liver. So it means that the cells of the liver are filled with fat. And there are lots of things that can cause that. Probably what you think of most frequently is excessive alcohol. And that can cause the liver to have this fatty change, or it's sometimes called hepatic steatosis.
I noticed that you then talk about the prescriptions that Ms. Hernan had at various times.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury the various prescriptions that she that Ms. Hernan had at various times?
Alprazolam, nifedipine, triamptorine, cyclobenzaprine, synthroid, baclofen, as omeprazole, lidocaine, vancomycin, fluoroster, prochlorperazine, vitamin D3, Nexium, sulfamethoxazole, TMP, which I can't remember what that stands for, it's an antibiotic, ropinirole, and hydrocodone acetaminophen.
It sounds like a lot of prescriptions.
It is a lot of prescriptions, I would agree.
What else do you talked then about her being found not conscious and not breathing?
Yes,
That's October 3rd, 2018, is that right?
yes,
And she was in her chair.
yes.
You mentioned that there was an apparent will on the floor. Did you find that important?
Yes,
And at the time of her death, what did you indicated at the time of her death, it appeared she might have taken excess pills. Is that right?
yes.
Can you explain what your next paragraph
Sure.
is?
So when medical legal death investigators go to a scene, and especially if someone has a lot of prescriptions, and especially if it looks like the death may be related to drugs, they will do a very thorough inventory of what medications the person has been prescribed, when they were prescribed those, how many they were prescribed, what the directions are. So for example, she had been prescribed alprazolam. She'd been given 30 tablets on September 20th, and 13 days later, at the time of her death, there were 0 left in the container, and the directions were for 1 a day, so there should have been 17 left. Likewise, the nifedipine was prescribed on September 28th. There were 30 prescribed, and there were only 2 left, and that was also directions for 1 a day, so there should have been 28 left. And
28.
sorry,
October 3rd.
3rd, 5 days later,
5
yes,
days later.
25, sorry,
So she should have had 25 left in her
instead of 2.
instead of 2.
And then also the hydrocodone acetaminophen, which is a strong pain medication. She had 20 prescribed on September 28th, and there were 0 left 5 days later. Now, the directions did say she could take 4 a day, so it's possible she was taking as described. In addition, there were some loose medications found at the scene, including alprazolam and hydrocodone. So it's possible that some of the missing medication ended up just loose at the scene.
Okay, I think it would be helpful if I bring up that exhibit, page 4. He has to publish at this point.
I'm gonna object to publication of 561.
I'm only going to publish portions.
Overruled. Page 4 may be published.
Wait till it shows up. Takes a while to show up for the jury. There. Okay. So what are you? What is page 4 of your report? Can you explain what we're looking at here?
Yes, so this is something that is completed by the medical examiner investigator. And you can see on the left is the list of all of her medications. And the next is the dosage, meaning how many milligrams each pill is, the prescription number, who the prescriber was, and then what date it was filled, pharmacy, and then the directions. And so that's important. For example, the first alprazolam, there were 30 prescribed on September 20th. She was supposed to take 1 a day, and there were 0 left. And you can go down the whole list. Now, for something that was prescribed in August, it wouldn't be surprising that there would be 0 left. So that's why it's important to know what date it was filled. I think, however, what's really significant about this is there are so many pill bottles with 0 left. That always sort of raises the question of what someone's intention was at the time they were taking their medications that they went through and emptied all of the pill bottles.
And do you know whether or not some of these prescriptions were ones that Lynn was no longer supposed to be taking?
Yes. According to her medical records, she was no longer taking the hydrocodone, baclofen, and cyclobenzaprine. However, and so you could see the baclofen was last prescribed in February, and the cyclobenzaprine was last prescribed in December of 2017. And the hydrocodone was from September 28th. So even though she had previously stopped taking it, she had gotten this prescription refill.
Either a refill or a new prescription.
Right, right.
Although if the, okay, so then, continuing down on that page, I see you show 5 pills, and we had a little bit of testimony about that a couple weeks ago. But why don't you explain what's next important about the autopsy?
So the autopsy showed obesity, which can be important because that can put people at risk for respiratory depression, for difficulty breathing due to the pressure on their chest. She had pulmonary edema, meaning that there was buildup of fluid in the lungs. That can be from a number of causes. It can be from heart failure, but it can also be from drug overdoses. So that's something important. She had what's called hypertensive cardiovascular disease, meaning that she had an enlarged heart, that's cardiomegaly, and it was from high blood pressure or hypertension. And she also had, with respect to her heart, she had 50% stenosis in the mid-left circumflex. So that means that a vessel that should be this open is only half that open, and that's sometimes called hardening of the arteries. And that can predispose someone to having a heart attack. She also had hepatic steatosis, which is the medical term for fat in the liver. So that confirmed the hospital diagnosis. And then she had something that's called interstitial myocarditis, and that's inflammatory cells in the heart muscle. And then these 5 pills, which were probably nifedipine, were found in her gastrointestinal tract.
So did you examine the slides in this case? You mentioned the slides. Is that something you did look at?
Yes, and that confirmed that there was a very significant hepatic steatosis or fatty change in the liver, and there were multiple areas of this inflammation, this myocarditis.
Okay, let's move to the toxicology. So you said you reviewed a lot of things. One of them was a report from Sherry Kachinko. Is that right?
From Dr. Kachinko, or from
Kachinko.
Sherry, yes, I'm sorry, Sherry Kachinko,
And
yes.
also number 7, toxicology reports.
Yes,
So that was from the NMS labs.
yes.
We've heard about NMS labs and we've seen reports. Tell us what is the, I see the next paragraph discusses the toxicology. Can you explain to the jury what was found there?
Well, I think a couple of things are significant here. First, there's the tetrahydrozoline, which is not something that is normally found in my experience, but I have never looked for it. So, but I don't think it is a commonly used medication. She also had alprazolam, which was something she was prescribed. She had hydrocodone and hydrocodone metabolites. She had cyclobenzaprine in her blood, and that's significant because, as I mentioned, she hadn't been prescribed that recently. So that suggests that somehow she went back and found some old medication to take. She also had baclofen and ropinirole, nifedipine, and she did have a little bit of ethanol or alcohol in her stomach, but not in her blood. And then she also had triamterene and acetaminophen, which is like Tylenol. And they tested her blood for arsenic, but that was not significant.
And you're familiar with Sherry Kachinko's opinion about tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Okay. Are you personally, do you keep up on the literature as best you can?
As best I can. Probably not the tox literature as much as forensic pathology.
But are you aware, as you sit here today, of any cases of tetrahydrozoline overdose deaths reported in the medical, peer-reviewed medical literature?
No, I'm not aware of any.
None at all?
No.
And I'd like to talk to you about your conclusions. And we can take the screen down right now. Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of Lynn Hernan's death?
Yes.
Let's talk first about the cause of death, if we could.
Okay.
What do you believe the cause of Lynn Hernan's death was?
It's my opinion that her death was due to mixed drug toxicity. And in that, I would include the tetrahydrozoline, baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and nifedipine. And the reason I would include all of those, even though the levels that were found in her blood were not extremely high, is that many of these may have what's considered an additive effect or a synergistic effect. And in addition, because she had presumably stopped taking some of these medications for quite a while, the mere presence of them in her blood is suggestive to me of that she may have taken them in excess. Additionally, the fact that there were 5 undigested pills found in her gastrointestinal tract, and the prescription was to take 1 at a time, so there would be no reason to have 5, suggests that she probably took even more than 5 because some of them were absorbed. So I think there's evidence that she had taken in excess of at least several of these. And so that's why I think I would include all of those as part of the cause of her death.
So you call it a mixed drug toxicity.
Yes.
So meaning all these drugs combined together was really the cause of her death.
Yes, and sort of a corollary of that is I wouldn't pull out any one of them as being the cause of death because I don't think any one in and of themselves would necessarily have caused her death.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to say, geez, the baclofen alone caused her death.
No, I wouldn't.
Amphetamine,
No.
or the tetrahydrozole.
Right. No.
None of them alone.
Right.
It's the combination together,
Yes,
in your opinion.
that's my opinion.
Did she have any other significant contributing conditions that may have led to her death as well?
Yes. So on a death certificate, and part of the job of the medical examiner is to complete the death certificate, there's one section for the cause of death. And so that's where I would put mixed drug toxicity and list all of those drugs that I mentioned. There's a second category that's called other significant contributing conditions. And that's where there are diseases or processes that may have made someone more susceptible to dying in whatever the actual cause of death was. So for example, a elderly person who falls and breaks a hip may end up dying because of the hip fracture, whereas a healthy young person wouldn't. And in that case, I would list under other conditions, well, maybe they had heart disease and lung disease and things like that that made them more susceptible. So in her case, in this particular case, Ms. Hernan's case, she had this interstitial myocarditis, the inflammation in the heart, as well as having clinical evidence that she actually had something wrong with her heart. We talked about the EKG and the slowing of her heart rate. So I think that may have made her more susceptible to the potential cardiac or heart effects of some of these drugs. She also had hypertensive cardiovascular disease with an enlarged heart. And we think of people as, oh, they're big hearted, like that would be a good thing. But in fact, an enlarged heart is not a good thing. And people with larger hearts are at increased risk of having what's called an arrhythmia or abnormal beating of the heart, which can cause sudden death. So I would list that as a risk factor because that also makes her more susceptible to the potential cardiac effects of these drugs. She also had the hepatic steatosis, the fatty change that we've talked about. And I think that can contribute because it can affect how drugs are metabolized. A lot of drugs are metabolized in the liver, and if your liver isn't working properly, then that could have an effect. And also suggests that she may have had some other underlying diseases that could be contributing. And then she also had a history of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is lung disease. And that would make her more susceptible to the potential respiratory depression or breathing slowing that can happen with some drugs. So I would list all of those things.
Well, you mentioned hepatic steatosis.
Yes.
That's a fatty liver.
Yes.
How do you get a fatty liver?
Well, there are a number of things that can cause a fatty liver. Probably the most common is alcohol ingestion. And if people use a large amount of alcohol over a prolonged period of time, it can really affect their liver. And people with liver disease like that, it sort of suggests that they may have taken more alcohol than was healthy for their body. And in her case, that may have been a contributing factor because there was evidence during her prior hospitalization that she did have some abnormal electrolytes or chemicals and also liver enzymes. So she may have had complications from that.
You know, when you talk about the toxicology test that came back, but what if her tox had come back negative? Would any of these conditions, could they be a cause of death.
Absolutely. I would especially consider the myocarditis, the inflammation in the heart. If she had nothing else, if her tox was completely negative, but she had this severe heart disease, I wouldn't hesitate to call that the cause of her death. But that's why it's so important. You don't just make the determination based on the autopsy findings. You have to put it all in context.
And that's what you did. You put everything together. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. All right, that's cause of death. The other thing that a medical examiner or a pathologist has to opine about is manner of death, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's different categories of manner of death. There's
Yes.
5, as I understand it.
Yes.
Is that right? What are the 5 manners of death?
So there's natural, meaning that the death was the result of diseases that were natural. There's accident, meaning that there's some external injury. It could also be drug overdoses are considered accidents if they aren't taken intentionally. Then there's suicide, meaning that the death is self-inflicted and there's some element of intent. There's homicide, meaning the death is at the hands of another person. From the medical examiner perspective, that doesn't imply criminal intent. So what people might consider a hunting accident, for example, one person shoots another person not intentionally, we would call that homicide because it's death at the hands of another, but it certainly doesn't mean that it needs to be prosecuted or anything like that. So it's a separate medical category of homicide that doesn't necessarily correlate to the legal system. And then the 5th is undetermined or could not be determined. And that is a category that's used either where we simply have no information about what happened, you know, a body is just found and there's nothing to suggest what happened, or there's information that supports one or more of these other categories. So probably the most common is a drug overdose, where yes, they may have a history of depression and some other factors that might be considered risk factors for suicide, but they also have a history of maybe taking too much of medication or just inadvertently taking drugs that they weren't prescribed. So that is probably the most common place that we use undetermined, would be a situation like this, where there's evidence that it could be a suicide or an accident. You can't always rule out a homicide. So then you use undetermined because that's sort of the most honest appraisal of all of the information that you have.
So in this case, using your most honest appraisal of all the information you have, did you reach a conclusion of manner of death for Lynn Hernan?
Yes, and I would say that was undetermined.
Okay. You think that's the best classification for her death?
Yes.
You've considered all the other categories.
Yes.
And let's talk about it.
Mhm.
Now, the 5 categories of manner of death, that is also found in the name publication. They also list the 5 possible manners of death. Is that right?
Yes.
And then have you even taken a look at Wisconsin death certificate forms themselves to see if those 5 categories are listed on it?
Yes, those 5 categories. Plus there's a category called pending, but that isn't a permanent category. That's just you put if the funeral home needs the death certificate and you haven't finished your investigation yet. So there are actually 6, but really only 5.
Okay, this isn't a pending situation.
No.
But if you had one, you'd have to go back and change it eventually, right?
Yes, it's called unpenned.
Okay. Now, would you say that there is strong evidence here that Lynn Hernan's death was a suicide?
I would say there's strong evidence that certainly could have been a suicide. Yes.
What factors would contribute to your opinion?
Well, there are a number of articles that we as forensic pathologists reference when we're trying to figure out if something might be a suicide. They're published by the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, and they list a number of risk factors that might include mental health issues, great emotional or physical pain, rehearsing fatal behavior, trying to avoid being found, the recent legal problems, recent medical problems. There's a whole list of things. But I think with respect to this case, certainly Ms. Hernan had expressed emotional and physical pain and distress. I think her recent hospitalization, she was very frustrated and upset that they couldn't really cure her, that she still had all of these symptoms and problems. She certainly had a history of mental illness, depression, agoraphobia, anxiety, chronic insomnia. She had serious illnesses, which is a known risk factor. And she had a history of
Use dude wipes, Jonathan. Dude wipes are good.
substance use disorder, potentially, as suggested by that positive drug screen that she had in, let's see, I think it was February of 2018, suggesting that she was taking a medication that she wasn't prescribed, as well as alcohol, which is usually not a good mixture. And then she certainly had easy access to lethal means in the forms of all of her medication. If she had been not taking all of her medication the way it was originally prescribed, she could have had a little backlog of pills. And that certainly is suggested by the toxicology.
Doctor, among those things, did you also, although it may not have been testified to in trial, did you have access to the police reports in this case?
Yes.
And did you have a statement from Ms. Hernan's neighbor on this issue?
Yes.
What statement, did you rely on that statement?
Well, I wouldn't, yeah, I mean, it was something I knew about. And to the extent that it fit in with the rest of her medical history, that was more verified, but her neighbor implied that she felt she had some suicide ideations.
The neighbor thought that Lynn had suicide ideations.
Yes.
And you saw that in a police report.
Yes.
Okay. So is it, you cite in your report a CDC document on the criteria for determining suicide. Is that something that you rely upon in your making your opinions here?
For me, it's so integrated at this point that it isn't like every time I have a case, I pull it up. But whenever I'm trying to explain to someone else who's not a forensic pathologist how we make the determination of suicide, it's a document I often reference because I think it's very helpful to understand from our perspective what we look at when we're trying to make a determination of suicide.
So do they indicate in that guide that they look to see if they can see any signs of intent in the person who's died? The deceased?
Yes.
And that could be written or verbal statements, right?
Yes.
And maybe preparations for death.
Yes. And so to that extent, the presence of the will could be considered that she wanted to get her affairs in order. Now, whether that was because she had met with palliative care and she felt she was dying a natural death, or it certainly could be that she was preparing her own death and was making those arrangements. So that certainly could be considered making preparations.
Or the document that you would have seen in discovery of her writing an obituary, for example.
Right.
What about things like, did you notice that in the scene photos of Lynn Hernan that she had her father's dog tags on?
Yes.
Might that be some sort of an indication?
I guess it would depend. If it was something she always wore, then maybe not. But if it wasn't something that she always wore, then that might suggest she was planning on being closer to her father, or she wanted to be comforted, or, I mean, there's all kinds of potential explanations.
What about an accident? Is there any evidence in the record for Lynn Hernan that her death could have been an accident?
Well, it could have been an accident in that she obviously had taken medication inappropriately in the past. And, maybe she was just trying to get rid of her pain or treat some underlying, whether it was psychological or physical pain, and just thought if she kept taking more, she would feel better. So, I mean, that's always a possibility.
Some people take drugs to get an effect from them.
Oh, sure, to get high. And maybe that's where the tetrahydrozoline came in, that it maybe is something that people get high on. I don't think so, but people do take all kinds of strange things.
Okay, so still, even though it could have been, an accident is possible, a suicide is possible.
Yes.
Your final conclusion is undetermined?
Yes.
When you looked at the autopsy information, and you had autopsy photos, right?
Yes.
So you saw, we don't need to show them, but you looked at all the photos as Dr. B, we call her, was making her different incisions in Lynn Hernan and taking a look at the inside of her body.
Yes.
Did you take note of anything involving Lynn Hernan's throat or Lynn Hernan's neck that would show whether or not there were any signs of any forced ingestion?
Right, and no, the medical examiner didn't describe anything like that and didn't photo document anything like that.
And it would be documented if there was.
Yes,
Because as a medical examiner or a pathologist, when you're doing an autopsy, anything significant, you take a photo of, true?
yeah, yes,
And you would also take a sample of and make one of those slices you were talking about and make a slide of that.
yes,
If you wanted to look at it closer under a microscope, for instance.
yes,
And that's what you're taught to do. Any of those significant findings are documented.
yes,
None here as to the throat or mouth. Is that true?
right.
And if somebody was forced to ingest some quantity of medications like we're talking about here, would you, as a medical pathologist, expect to see some sign?
I would expect there would be some injuries, or if someone were being forced to drink something, I would think they might gag and maybe inhale some of the liquid, and there wasn't any evidence of any of that.
And so could you tell the jury your final conclusion here?
So my final conclusion is that the cause of her death was mixed drug toxicity due to tetrahydrozoline, baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and nifedipine, and that other significant conditions contributing to her death were the interstitial myocarditis, the hypertensive cardiovascular disease with cardiomegaly, hepatic steatosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and the manner of her death was undetermined, could not be determined.
Thank you. And do you hold your opinions here to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I thank you, Dr. Cross-exam.
All right, I'm gonna actually excuse the jury for a moment. So all rise for the jury, please. You can all have a seat. I'll wait till the second door closes. All right, so as this witness was testifying and I had an opportunity to see the redactions and kind of considering when in time really we had this report and some of the redactions that I know were agreed upon, but some of them had to do with references to alcoholism. And I think it's very different that when, from an evidentiary standpoint, where individuals may talk about things that happened a year prior. Although some of that comes in for a variety of different reasons, but there's a difference when you have a medical expert and someone in pathology who is trained and has experience in looking at things like the liver and these slides. And when I talk about timing, this particular expert was added to the defense witness list after the trial in February was adjourned for the very specific purpose of the defense being able to locate a pathologist, in part, my perspective, because of the limitations I put on Mr. Spiller. And so the defense followed the trial order and filed an appropriate witness list with the defense expert report, curriculum vitae, and there was a time for the filing of any objections. Of course, it was specific related to Daubert, and none was filed. And while I understand the state's position about these references to Ms. Hernon being an alcoholic, after I'd listened to the testimony of this witness and she talked about why history is important and how background information informing an opinion, I'm going to reverse myself on whether the report needs to be redacted and whether this witness can be questioned about specifically alcoholism. There's been ample testimony on this record. We've gone through a number of witnesses, including the medical examiner, including now this witness, and frankly others, regarding the medical records. And this is a condition that was noted by Dr. Biedrzycki in terms of another significant condition. And I think it's not fair from a due process standpoint to limit the defense from going into that. It goes to the weight, potentially, any cross-examination, but not admissibility. I still stand by the part of the report that needs to be redacted as it relates to Mr. Spiller, because that was a very clear ruling I had made following the Daubert hearing that I did not believe he was qualified to opine on cause or manner of death. And so I'm looking at page 6 of this particular witness's report. I'm not saying she can't be questioned about that if a party feels it appropriate, but I don't think that should go before the jury if they do request this report or even in publication, because it's not an opinion that they will hear during testimony of Mr. Spiller. So that, I believe the redactions on page 2, page 6. No, hold on. On page 6, it's a little bit different issue, but I don't see why the phrase "as well as the drugs listed by Mr. Spiller to include nifedipine." It doesn't tell this jury anything about his opinion, but I'm not positive about that. I need to reference his report, but in any event, page 7, there's a reference, as Attorney Kugler indicated. I'm comparing 2 documents, that's why I'm going back and forth. And I think that would be it. So I'm reversing myself, and Attorney Kugler, if you want an opportunity to question further on that, that's why I excused the jury, so that you were aware of that. I'm not seeking any further comment by any party. This is an expert witness. It goes to weight, not admissibility, notwithstanding some of the limitations that I've placed. But when considering the gravity of the charges against Ms. Kershevsky and this particular witness's credentials, I think it's important that she be allowed to be questioned on that. Now, with that, I need a very short comfort break before we continue. So I'm just going to step off if anyone else needs that. And then I will let the jury know when we come back that I've allowing Attorney Kugler to continue with questioning. Thank you. All right, we are in recess just for a brief moment.
I like that. I like a judge who's got the confidence to go back on a ruling because they feel they made a mistake. I like that. Not that I understood what she meant, but I like she's got the balls to do that. Right, let's skip it. Back here. I just love this judge. I'm not just saying about in a good-looking kind of way, but as a judge, I like
I'm
it.
going to give Attorney Kugler an opportunity to ask some additional questions. So go ahead, Attorney Kugler.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. Thomas, I'd like to just talk to you about this fatty liver and some lines of questioning around that. I heard you say that that can be a sign of excess alcohol intake. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have information in this record, the record that you reviewed, about whether Ms. Hernan had any history of alcoholism?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what about that?
So in her medical records, she had, as I mentioned, elevated liver tests that would suggest she had some ongoing liver damage. In her medical record, there was this positive test for ethylglucuronide indicating use of alcohol. And then additionally, in the police report, I believe one of her neighbors said that she thought Ms. Hernan consumed a lot of alcohol or excess amount and suffered from alcoholism.
The neighbor thought that Ms. Hernan was an alcoholic
Yes.
as well. Okay, thank you, doctor. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, thank you. Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, I'd like to ask you some questions about your report, kind of moving through it, and in terms of some things you testified to today. One of the discussions that you just had was about the urine drug screen that was really significant to you in the analysis of this case, right?
Yes.
And on
I mean, it
page-
was a factor, yes.
Okay, but that was a screen that was done, you'd agree with me, many months before the death.
From February to October.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know what lab the physician used for that urine screen?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you know whether any confirmation tests were done of that screen?
I don't know.
Do you know whether there was any quantification of the results of that urine screen by any doctor?
Well, a number was given for the ethylglucuronide of 7355, but not for the temazepam as far as I know.
And so you don't know whether that number, for example, was confirmed as accurate?
Right, I don't know about the testing.
Okay, so you'd agree with me that there's a variety of different types of testing that can be done for controlled substances in urine?
Yes.
Okay, and some of them are much more reliable than others, fair?
Yes.
Okay. You've indicated here today some things that you've taken into consideration regarding what a neighbor said. Did you speak with Jean Tennell?
No,
Okay, so it would be really restricted to anything that would have been written by law enforcement. Is that fair?
yes,
Are you aware that on the day that Lynn Hernan died, Ms. Tennell told law enforcement Lynn was not suicidal and had never given her the impression that Lynn would be suicidal?
I was aware that there were differences in statements, yes.
Starting with Lynn was not ever suicidal on the day of the death, right?
That was one of her statements,
And
yes.
that's the same neighbor that you've referred to with Attorney Kukler today.
Yes, I believe it is.
In terms of the palliative care consult during Ms. Hernan's hospitalization, I know the jury has heard about this many, many times at this point. What I'd like to do is display an exhibit that I've prepared. It's a portion of the medical records in this case. It states 233, and display that to the witness, please. It's an excerpt of exhibit 541.
You said 541, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The exhibit is an excerpt of 541. I've labeled it states 233. And doctor, just let me know when you can see that on your screen.
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you in terms of that palliative care consult that happened at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Yes,
And you'd agree with me that the reason for that consult was to try to help Ms. Hernan with symptom control, right?
yes,
And she was in tears a lot and essentially really did not want to have to do a colonoscopy, right?
right.
And then ultimately, after what ultimately was a 30-minute meeting, the palliative care team indicated there was no life-limiting illness and we signed off, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that was their impression.
And there was no palliative needs and they never met with Ms. Hernan again, right?
Right.
Okay. And this was not as she left the hospital on the 28th. This is during the days that she was in the hospital, correct?
Yes,
Okay. You'd agree with me that nothing in the record indicates that that palliative care team told Lynn Hernan, you're dying and there's nothing we can do about it.
no, no.
Okay.
No, if they thought she was dying, they would have recommended hospice,
Okay.
not just,
I moved 233 into evidence.
It's part of 541.
It's been highlighted and annotated. I'm moving it into evidence as 233.
Exhibit 233 is received.
Doctor, you talked about, and that can come down. Thank you. Doctor, you talked about the EKG of Ms. Hernan during that hospitalization as well, right?
yes,
And that it showed first degree AV block.
yes,
Is AV a short term for atrioventricular block?
yes,
And are you aware of a peer-reviewed publication from 2021 that complete atrioventricular block can be due to tetrahydrozoline consumption?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Were you aware that in the literature, tetrahydrozoline can also cause bradycardia?
Ooh, I don't remember that.
Okay. But nonetheless, you've noted that in the medical records from Lynn Hernan's hospitalization, both of those issues existed.
Yes,
In terms of your discussion of the medication inventory that is on page 4 of your report, you testified that the fact that many of these bottles are at 0 raises questions of Ms. Hernan's intent when emptying out the pill bottles. Do you remember that?
yes,
You'd agree with me that a possible alternative reason that these pill bottles were empty was that someone who might have staged a scene just threw them out. That's possible.
sure.
And you certainly can't say, based simply on the lack of tablets, that Lynn Hernan voluntarily took any of these medications.
Well, I know from the toxicology that she took many of these medications, but with respect to the 0 tablets, I don't know how that happened.
Sure. And you also testified that the cyclobenzaprine toxicology level in Ms. Hernan suggested that Ms. Hernan looked for and found an old prescription and took them. Do you remember saying that?
Yes,
Doctor, you're aware that tetrahydrozoline causes a sedated state when
Yes.
consumed, right?
yes,
And that people involved in nefarious sexual assault type cases use tetrahydrozoline to subdue their victims.
yes, I've heard of it used as a date rape drug.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that another possible reason that any of these medications are in Lynn Hernan's system is that she was given them while in a sedated and drugged state from the tetrahydrozoline.
Yes,
It's possible.
that's possible.
Because you weren't there and you obviously you don't know what happened, right?
Right.
Okay. So you really can't tell this jury whether any of these medications were given to Ms. Hernan by someone else or whether she found them and took them herself, right?
Right.
When we were discussing the toxicology, I noticed that you used the term medication when you referred to the tetrahydrozoline. I think you said that's not a commonly used medication, right?
It's not a commonly tested for medication, I should clarify.
Okay.
I mean, it's in eye drops that's probably very commonly used.
In your eye.
In your eyes, exactly.
Right. So when you say not commonly used, are you talking about people drinking it?
As far as I know, that is not in a common use. Yes.
In fact, there's no medical purpose to prescribe someone to drink tetrahydrozoline.
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
It's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, doesn't do any good.
In terms of the other medical issues with Ms. Hernan that you've talked about in your report, like the pulmonary edema, hypertensive cardiovascular disease, hepatic steatosis, interstitial myocarditis, you'd agree that all of those things are also in the autopsy protocol put together by Dr. Budritsky in this case.
Yes.
So it's not in any way a suggestion that she missed these things.
Oh, no, she absolutely diagnosed all those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were asked some questions that had Lynn Hernan's death occurred and you reviewed the case for cause and manner, and there was nothing in the toxicology, you'd have no hesitation of calling this interstitial myocarditis as a cause of death, right?
That would be my leading thought. Yes.
Right.
In the absence of medications or drugs.
And I just want to clarify that in that scenario, we're assuming that Lynn Hernan nonetheless died, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what if I asked you whether we took away all the toxicology in this case? Are you telling the jury that nonetheless Lynn Hernan would die because of the myocarditis?
No, I have no idea. I mean, what I know is when people die and they have this degree of myocarditis, I would not hesitate to attribute the death to that. But there are probably people out there walking around who have myocarditis that don't die of it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point. You also testified that you really wouldn't pull any of those drugs from the toxicology out as a single cause of death here, right?
Right.
Doctor, do you believe that had every fact in this case remained the same, except for the tetrahydrozoline, that Lynn Hernan would have died nonetheless?
Well, that's why I say I can't pull out any one drug. I think it's possible, given her underlying condition and all of these other medications, that she certainly could have died, but I can't really speculate because the facts that we have are that there was the tetrahydrozoline.
Well, as a doctor, I think that you've experienced when you testify being asked hypothetical questions, right?
Sure.
And you'd agree with me that the tetrahydrozoline level in this case is significantly higher than a level found in someone using that substance as eye drops.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that there are instances in the literature of levels much lower than Lynn Hernan's that cause people to, for example, wind up in ICU.
Yes.
And many of those studies involving people that survived, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that all of the people that survived in those studies received medical intervention, right?
Yes.
Hi, Julia. Welcome back, Julia. You've missed quite a bit. You've missed quite a bit. Oh, thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia. You're always more than welcome here, Julia. Yeah, you're always more than welcome here, Julia. Anytime you want to pop in. Even if you watch it on there and want this for the chat, always feel free to do that. Do you know what I mean? If you can do both. So, yeah, we had testimony from the FBI, which, to be quite honest with you, was a nothing burger. It was not really that good. Do you know what I mean? We ended up with, so what? So there's nothing really from that. Then there's a huge break for a few hours then, because one of the jurors went home ill. So she's now out. She's ill. She's gone. And both sides had to do a redaction for this current witness. about not going into alcoholism and stuff like that, which she's now toxicologist now speaking about it. But then the judge made a ruling about 10 minutes ago stating that she was wrong. She shouldn't have to put a reduction in. So they could speak about alcoholism and stuff like that. So defense is putting the case. Yeah, so this is the defense case. They started yesterday and they're on today. They got another person on tomorrow, and I think they might be resting tomorrow. So yeah, so it's, we don't know if she's gonna be testifying or not. So we'll see. Oh, and there was another witness as well, which was literally absolutely. We played it at 1.75 speed. It was just too much. She was boring. So there we are. Nunia's asking a question. Always welcome here. Yeah, as Nunia said, always welcome here. Anytime you want to pop in, Julia. We love to have people here. Yeah, and today, yes. So I think there's going to be a little bit more tomorrow, and then I think we're going to be resting. So you're always more than welcome to join in, Julia. Obviously, it's a bit harder because you haven't caught up, but yeah, I'd love to see you. Thank you very much for popping in. Didn't gather anything for no, and to be quite honest with you, Julia, you're not going to eat today either. To be quite honest with you, you're not today either. So you literally missing nothing. So you came to the right spot to tell you you've missed nothing. No, nothing significant then, I should say. That's my opinion. Anyway, we're playing this at 1.25 speed. So
Okay.
we've got 40 minutes left, guys. Half an hour, something like that.
You'd agree with me, doctor, that the hepatic steatosis could qualify as an underlying disease that could impact metabolism levels, right?
Yes,
In Ms. Hernan?
yes.
Okay. So that would be something that's really important to know about if you were going to do any kind of calculation on the toxicology levels in this case.
I guess I don't know how that plays into it, calculating. I would defer to a toxicologist to talk about that.
When you, in all of your experience, have made these determinations about cause and manner of death, was it common for you to contact a toxicologist and say, here's the list of the toxicology. I want you to calculate for me how many pills this person took to get to these levels?
That was often a discussion we would have at toxicology rounds, we called it.
Thank you, Julia. It's not me, it's the chat. They're lovely. Thank you, Julia.
And we would do that sort of exercise of, okay, this is the drug level. These were the pills. This was the dosage. What range of pills might someone take to get to that number? But we know it's really a guess, because it's sort of like trying to solve an algebra equation where you only have one of the three important, x plus times y equals z or whatever, because you don't know when they took it. And of course, the timing is important, and you don't know how much they took. And all we know is what the number was when we tested it. And of course, there's so many things that affect that. So it's an exercise that I've often engaged in, just to get a sense of, well, did they take 1 or 2 pills, or was it more like 15? Because that's helpful then in terms of trying to determine manner of death.
But in terms of what you're looking at in toxicology, you'd agree that substances that are in the blood are the substances that were affecting that person before death.
Absolutely.
And that levels of substances in, for example, gastric fluid has no bearing on the blood level someone had at the time of death.
The value to me of gastric levels is, if it's very high, it might suggest a large ingestion as opposed to a smaller ingestion. But it totally depends on the timing, how rapidly something gets absorbed. Is it something that's absorbed in the stomach or the small bowel? Or so the actual number from the gastric contents is rarely going to really decide a case one way or another.
In terms of the decisions that you have to make, right?
Right.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that in doing those calculations that you just talked about, if someone has medical issues that affects their metabolization rates, that would be really important to know.
Well, you might know it, but you wouldn't necessarily know how it affects. I mean, it would be worth acknowledging that this person had liver disease or kidney disease, and that certainly could affect their metabolism, and we don't know how. I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure. You said it's kind of a guess when you're trying to go backwards from a postmortem sample into what a dose might have been, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And so that may be part of the underpinning reason why the American Board of Toxicologists, Forensic Toxicologists, says that you absolutely should never do a calculation like that, reversing from a postmortem sample. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I certainly agree that you can't do it and then testify, oh, these are the facts. Where I found it useful, as I mentioned, is in sort of trying to say, well, is it more likely 1 or 2 pills, or is it more likely 15? Because then it helps maybe give an idea of what the intention was.
I'd like to publish State's Exhibit 34, please, the autopsy protocol. That's already in evidence.
Go ahead.
Doctor, you've obviously seen this protocol before, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Dr. Budritsky, right?
Yep.
Okay. I want to go, please, to the lower half of the page here. So you'd agree with me that both you and Dr. Budritsky have indicated in your final opinions that other significant conditions include those medical or health issues that Lynn Hernon had, right?
Exactly, yes.
So those pieces of the opinion side by side are actually the same, right?
Exactly.
And you'd agree with me that all of the tetrahydrozoline and the other medications listed under other significant conditions are also included in your determination of cause of death.
Yes, the only one I added was the nifedipine
Right.
to her list. But yeah, otherwise I agree, all of those drugs.
And so the difference really is the line where Dr. Budritsky put it, as opposed to above under cause of death versus below under other significant conditions.
Right.
Okay. You testified that you've worked about 14 hours on this case for the defense, right?
Yes.
And are those 14 hours before you got here into Wisconsin?
Well, I live in Wisconsin, so it was before I left my home this morning. Let's put it that way.
So during those 14 hours, you reviewed all the medical records in this case, right? That's on your list.
Yes.
And ultimately concluded and finalized the report that the jury saw some of, right?
Right.
In terms of, that 14 hours, how much time do you think you spent on trying to familiarize yourself with tetrahydrozoline and its effects?
Well, I spent some time because I remembered a presentation on using Visine as a date rape drug from many years ago. So I reached out to that author and talked, but mostly I was spending the time reviewing the medical records. Probably that's usually what takes the most time.
And you would agree with me that in all those, it's in excess of 1,000 pages of medical records, no doctor ever diagnosed Lynn Hernon as an alcoholic. True?
I did not see that in the records. That's right.
So in terms of this time that you've spent kind of familiarizing yourself with tetrahydrozoline, did you come across any study or any literature or even any media reports that tetrahydrozoline is commonly used recreationally because it gets you high or buzzed up?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. That doesn't sound right to you.
No, that's not typically what's in the media. It's more like a date rape.
Anything in those medical records that you looked at indicating Ms. Hernon could not swallow pills, had to crush her pills up because she couldn't swallow them?
I don't think so. I mean, she certainly had gastritis and reflux and sort of that kind of thing, but she had nausea with vomiting, but nothing that said she had trouble swallowing.
And you saw in those medical records many instances where Lynn Hernan reported different symptoms or side effects she got from meds that she didn't like, right? I want to ask you, you were shown a list of times that you've testified before, and specifically you testified in Milwaukee in the Mark Jensen trial, right?
Yes. Was that Milwaukee or
Kenosha, sorry.
Kenosha? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it was the big city.
And in that instance, you were again hired by the defense team, right?
Yes,
And similarly, in that case, your ultimate opinion there about manner of death was different from what the state medical examiner opinion was, right?
I think my opinion was undetermined, and I assume their opinion was homicide. I don't remember.
Okay. And in terms of what options you have when determining a manner of death, is there anything in the medical field or pathology field that would prohibit a medical examiner from using undetermined 95% of the time?
Well, peer group pressure. I mean, in our training, what I know from working in a lot of different offices is less than 10% of the cases end up being signed out as undetermined. And I think if there were an office that had 90% undetermined, when someone came to review that office, that would raise a lot of questions about the quality of the investigation. So it's completely understood that there will be 5 to maybe 10% undetermined, but more than that would raise a lot of questions, I think.
In terms of your current work in a consulting capacity, would you say that your amount of times you're making an undetermined cause of death exceeds that 5 to 10% of cases you review?
Oh, what a good question. No, it's, I mean, most of the time I agree with the original forensic pathologist in the cases I'm consulted on. So probably the only cases that I end up testifying is where I have a difference of opinion. So overall, I would say mostly I end up agreeing either it's a homicide or the manner of death isn't the issue or something like that.
And in this case specifically, you testified that there's evidence of suicide, right?
Yes,
But obviously it wasn't enough for you to make the determination suicide in this case, true?
true.
Would you agree with me that when you're specifically looking at manner of death, it's important for you to know facts about the death scene, for example,
Absolutely.
and facts about if there's a caregiver involved, that person,
Sure.
and if there's a law enforcement investigation, to understand that investigation?
Yes.
In this case, are you aware that Dr. Bedritsky felt the scene at Lynn Hernan's residence was staged?
I heard that.
Are you aware that she testified she had never seen the pill disbursement in this case the way that it presented, given the toxicology levels of Ms. Hernan?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Would you agree with Dr. Bedritsky that if you came to a death scene and there were pills all over and pill fragments on the decedent and spoons and crushed pills on plates, and then you looked in the toxicology and there were no fatal levels of any of the prescription medications, that those two things seem to be in conflict with one another?
I guess I don't see the conflict. I mean, the scene that you've just described is sort of a chaotic, a person wouldn't know how much of any medication they're taking. And if they had a whole lot of, I mean, a few of a whole lot of different medications, it could look like more, especially if it's ground up, than it ended up being. So I guess I don't see the discrepancy there.
So if someone presents post-mortem with therapeutic levels of prescriptions that they've been prescribed before, yet at the scene there's powders everywhere and pills everywhere and there's powder on the decedent and on their chest with a spoon, that to you is not an inconsistent scene versus reality in the toxicology?
Well, I think she also had medication that she wasn't currently being prescribed. So that, again, as I've mentioned, raises some questions. Again, we don't know what it looked like 3 days before or a week before, or I mean, I don't anyway. Maybe she often ground her pills and I don't know.
But it's also possible that someone dosed the victim with tetrahydrozoline, and while the victim is in a sedated state, gave the victim pills to take, and once the victim was deceased, crushed up medications and put them over the victim. That's possible, right?
Sure, that's possible.
And there would be no way to know because the only other person that would know the answer to the question is deceased.
Right.
Were you aware that in this case, this jury has heard evidence that at the time that Lynn Hernan died, she was only worth about $100?
I did not know that.
Okay. Were you aware that in the year to 2 years before Lynn Hernan died, the defendant seated to my right received $140,000 from Lynn Hernan?
I was aware she'd received some money, but I didn't know. I don't remember that. I knew the exact amount.
Were you aware that leading up to Ms. Hernan's death, all of her credit cards were maxed out?
I'm gonna check. That's not the testimony.
Yes, it is.
Overruled.
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Were you aware that after the death, this jury has heard evidence that the defendant profited about $87,000 from Ms. Hernan's estate account?
No,
Were you aware that that profit was to the detriment of another beneficiary on Lynn Hernan's will?
no,
Are those circumstances suspicious to you?
sure.
Were you able to look at the 12 plus hours of interviews between Ms. Kraszewski and law enforcement in this case?
I reviewed some of them, but I did not listen to all 12 hours.
Okay. One moment. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. I'd like to have my screen document on the screen, please. Doctor, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as Exhibit 541, which are Ms. Hernan's medical records from ProHealth. You were just asked about that, right?
Yes.
And I'll show you another page of the palliative records at page 591 of the exhibit. Do you see that in front of you?
Yes.
Does it talk about the physician's concern about whether Lynn is truly grasping her current medical condition?
Yes.
That they talked to her about her CT findings and that they need a colonoscopy, right?
Right.
And her chronic symptoms they thought could be related to colitis.
Right.
And she absolutely refuses.
Right.
You were asked questions about in your practice as a forensic pathologist if you consult with toxicologists.
Yes.
And in fact, in this case, isn't it true that we have a toxicologist working on the team, Henry Spiller,
Yes.
and you've read his report
Yes.
and you're familiar with his opinions on toxicology here.
Yes.
And you've considered those opinions informing your opinions in your report. It's one of the many things you consider.
Right. I reviewed his report.
And one of the things that you consider from that information is how many pills are in a person. I think you talked about that. That goes to intent, doesn't it?
Right.
If a person has, you said 1 or 2 pills versus maybe 15 pills.
Right.
Or 20 or 30.
Right.
And do I understand what you mean by that? Is that if somebody has more pills in them, that could go to an intent that they were trying to kill themselves?
Yes.
You agreed with the state that you and Dr. B agreed on some things.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, definitely.
She did not mention nifedipine in her report. Is that true?
Right.
And I'll bring up Exhibit 34. Can I, this is already in evidence, so this could be published.
Go ahead.
And she did not mention nifedipine, is that right?
Right,
And we're looking at that under page 1, other significant conditions.
right.
Are you aware that she didn't even realize that the pills that were undissolved in Lynn were nifedipine?
Objection. The state's the evidence.
Sustain this to the form of the question, please.
Are you aware that at the time she did the autopsy on Miss Hernan, she did not realize the nifedipine were the undissolved pills in Miss Hernan?
I guess I don't know when that decision was made.
You're not aware that the defense brought that to her attention?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
I was not, or I had forgotten if I ever was.
You were, the other thing on Dr. B's report on the autopsy protocol, which was amended on February 2nd, 2023, because she had missed a couple sections in her original report, right?
Right.
But her cause of death she's concluded just the tetrahydrozoline poisoning, right?
Right.
And you don't agree with that.
No, I don't.
That can come down. Thank you. You were asked some questions about being consulted by people, other attorneys, whether they're prosecutors or defense. I think I heard you say that the majority of the time when you're asked to review a case, you agree with the medical examiner.
Right.
So the only reason somebody would hire you is if you have an opinion that, especially if it was a defense team, if you disagree with the medical examiner.
So often people hire me just because they want a second opinion. And as I say, most of the time I agree with the original pathologist, but the only time I would end up testifying generally would be if the attorneys that hired me thought I had something useful to add.
Right. So somebody like us, we hire you to review the case and you give us an opinion.
Right.
And if you agree with the medical examiner and we're defending somebody charged with homicide, we're probably not going to call you as a witness, right?
I get those quite often. Okay, thanks. Don't put anything in writing. Just send us your bill.
Okay.
Okay.
But you don't determine yourself that 95% of the deaths that you've autopsied or worked on are undetermined, do you?
No, of my own cases where I did the autopsy, I would say I was within the 5 to less than 10% range.
Just like what is recommended.
Right.
I want to ask you about the death scene.
Yeah.
Was there anything about the death scene that led you to believe it was staged?
No.
The ME thinks the scene was staged. You heard that.
Right.
How could a medical examiner know if a scene was staged?
Well, certainly I have seen photos or been to scenes that I was convinced was a staged scene, but it's generally been in a sexual assault context where the woman was positioned in such a way that she would not have occurred during death. That is, her legs were put in a certain position or her arms were put in a certain position that would not be the way someone's body would naturally end up after death because of gravity or the development of rigor mortis, things like that. So certainly there are cases that the medical examiner will go to a scene or see photos and feel like, oh yeah, this was staged. There's some sort of message we're being given or something like that.
Okay. So,
But most of the time, I would say when I've been to scenes, people's lives are more chaotic than they probably wish they were. And so it's hard to look at a scene and think, I mean, I can remember going to a scene and thinking, oh my gosh, the house has been ransacked. And the next of kin said, no, it always looks like that. So it's sort of, you don't know ahead of time what someone's life situation is.
the medical examiner seemed to think that the powder pills that were on Lynn's chest area, did you see that in the photos?
Yes.
That somehow suggests that somebody was standing up over Lynn and dropping things on her. That's really, in effect, what she testified to. If somebody does, and you've seen the picture, so did you see the orange dish that Lynn used to crush pills on?
Yes.
Did you see the little metal container and the spoon on the floor that she would use?
Yes.
And if somebody did crush their own medications to make it easier
for them to for themselves to take. Does what you see on her seem inconsistent with that?
No, I think because of the way she sat in the chair, it was kind of a recliner chair. I mean, honestly, what it made me think of is when I eat a powdered donut and you end up with powder everywhere on your front, especially if you're kind of like she was in this reclined position. If she's trying to get something powdery in her mouth, I can imagine it would fall that way.
And when we carefully looked at the photos from the scene and compared them to photos later on at the medical examiner's office, well, Dr. B had not been to the scene. Her deputy was at the scene, right?
Right.
When she first saw the body was at the medical examiner's office. And she commented that she saw some particles of what she thought were pills, a few in her hair, in Lynn's hair. But when we look at the scene, we don't see that.
Right.
Dr. B testified that they're so very careful when they move a body from a scene to the medical examiner's office that there would be basically no disruption in what is on Lynn. Having told you that,
Objection that misstates evidence.
Sustained, please rephrase.
medical examiner suggested that, it's indicated that she trains her deputies extremely well, that they're taught to keep the body as still as possible and to bring it to the medical examiner's office as carefully as possible to not disturb anything. Would that be fair that that should be done to the best of their ability?
Yes, sure.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career, would you say?
Oh, gosh, over 5,000.
Okay, many.
Yes.
Have you been to scenes?
Oh, yes.
So is it possible in a situation like Lynn Hernan to get her body from a chair and over to the medical examiner's office without disrupting anything?
No. I mean, you have to move the body from the chair to the body bag on the gurney and the gurney into the vehicle and then the body bag from the gurney at the medical examiner's office. So, I mean, things that are inside the body bag are going to move around a little, no matter how careful you are.
So as you've heard some testimony from, or some questioning by the state, does anything that you were questioned about or any questions that you were asked today by the district attorney's office change your opinion on the cause and manner of death of Lynn Hernan?
No.
And so can you again tell the jury what your opinion is as to the cause and manner of death?
That the cause of death is mixed drug toxicity with all of the drugs that we've discussed, and the manner of death is undetermined.
I thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Thank you for being here.
Woo-hoo. The only thing that we missed there, right at the end, they were just discussing a motion for tomorrow about the guy that's coming in to speak tomorrow. They want to put a case in front of him that he's been involved with, but they could discuss it in the morning. So, so yeah. I love feisty Meki Teki. Love it. Love it. Love it, Meki Teki. I love when he went, where was it? Where was it? This say what? Say what? What late night treat? Hey, Kim. Hey, Kimmy. Yeah, late night treat. It's been a disaster today. Last 3 days have been disasters, but tomorrow is a new day. It's a new dawn. Is it? It's a new dawn. It's a new day, and I'm feeling good. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Do you change your time for phone? No. I wish I did. No, I can't because I got stuff on. I got things on. So like I gotta get up in 7 hours to go to the gym. Thursdays suck for me because I get up so early. They changed it from 11 o'clock in the morning to like 8:30. So, and every Sunday I've got to get up, every Monday morning I've got to get up early. So I wish I could do American times. It just doesn't fit in with what I do. Did you change your time before? Yeah, we've done it. We've done it last weekend. So we were 4 hours for a week in front of you, but now we're back as 5 hours for Eastern in front of you. So we're back to normal now. But I think there will be a point where you change it. So yeah. So we'll see. They paid the trainer of expert, although the teacher still trying to regret that. Yes. No, she was defense. No, I meant the clock. Sorry, I was going to change my body clock to Eastern time to try and but I know that's not what you asked. But I mean, that's what I thought you initially asked. Bedtime nearly, not a disaster. Everything got sorted. I love a bit of Nina Simone. I'm feeling good. Da-da. So yeah, Sherry, I really love this new lineup. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much for being here, Sherry. And I hope I've got my delivery tomorrow for all my new equipment tomorrow. So if that husband of yours doesn't sort me out, there'll be problems. There may be trouble ahead. No pressure, Jonathan. Nunya, you responded to me because I know that. And that's why I mentioned it. Haha. Because it was literally a disaster for her. Well, she's guilty regardless, but that's it's like fuck everything. She's guilty, fuck her, done. Love it. I'm just not quite there. I know, I'm on my own. Maybe I'm too soft. I don't know. I don't know. That was for Sandra. She was defense. Sandra asked a question. Sandra asked a question. I must have been. Uh, oh, she did ask a question. She did, yes. Oh, right, you lovely people. It's midnight here, exactly midnight. And I got to get up early to go to the gym for my gym class tomorrow. Circuits, which I'm not looking forward to. As I say, they used to be later in the day, which I loved because I could lie in and then Thursday morning. Not anymore. Not anymore. But thank you to everybody that stuck with me through thick and thin today because we've not had the easiest days yesterday and today. Jonathan's here. The new mic is going to hook up so easy. I hope I get my headphones back, as in the stream. Sabrina's here. Sorry. What are you doing at gym? Leg day? No circuits, Becky. I do Tuesdays and Thursdays circuit training. Obviously to try and lose weight, but also for health conditions and stuff like that. Just so it's quite tough. It's tough, but it's good. Like if you believe it, I'm probably the fittest guy there. So, hey Sabrina, thank you, Sabrina. Look how buff Sabrina is. Like, go on. Thanks for being here, Sabrina. Never skip out on leg day, folks. No, hey, my legs are fine, Mecky. I'll send you a pic, Mecky. Jonathan, don't jinx it. I know, they will be better. Thank you all to the corner. No worries. Thank you, Nunya. Nice. It's nice. It's alright. Nice. And I've got my compression socks on. So got them on all day. I've been quiet. I've been here. Oh, thank you, Sabrina. It's all right. Don't have to be quiet here. Kim's not quiet. Look at her. Sabrina! So, yeah. I know for a fact the stuff he got is going to be amazing. Who's heard of this stuff? It made me. Oh, Mike. There we are. Sabrina, hello. That's a quick shock to the system circuit training. I do enjoy. I used to go circuit training a lot. So the gym in my local centre, the gym is just too small. I don't enjoy it, and that's why circus is so good. In the hall, there's loads of space. Nunya, hi, I trust you, Jonathan. Oh, many wouldn't. Not jinxing anything, I'm beyond amazed he got a pre M7 for that price, and the amp is uber high quality. I've no idea what he's on about. I'd no idea what he's on about, Jonathan. Dylan, Sabrina, smash a pass. Hang on, let's have a look. From what I can see here, fucking smash. She's a smash. 100% a smash, Kimmy. From what I can see from this. Hang on, can I get even bigger here? Yeah, she looks like a massive smash to me. So there we are, Kimmy. Those mics he got are $90 to $100 here. How much did I pay for it? £45. Well, it's £45 about 60 quid, isn't it? You keep waving your feet around like that. Yeah, well, this is why I put it up, as in no one could see it. It was fun listening to you and your little niece speak. Yeah, I know, but she's a sweetheart, and she loved it. She loved it here. And I fixed Wellington boot on Paddington as well, so she's happy now. But she was genuinely upset that she thought she broke it, so that's why she was going really quiet. But his new mic is studio quality will sound much cleaner than the old one. There we are. Even though the old one was more expensive, I love circuits. Yeah, I love it as well. The variety. She is the land. Yeah, I can see Kim here. Kim smash. I drop murder lady smash a pass. I drop. I drop murder lady. Yes, she's definitely pass. The judge smash. Presonus is inequality. Look, you see, he's on phone again. I have no idea what he's speaking. John, I have no idea what you're on about. This is the best thing. I trusted you here to set my system for me. I have no idea what you've done to me, but I'm trusting you to set my whole system. Past. She's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Face purple crying. Yeah, all this stuff is one of the most overpriced crap on the planet nowadays. You can get a pair of headphones, $100 or less from Pacific brand. Trash. Yeah. My ones are quite good. Marshall is another. Yeah, he's talking some language, I've no idea. Yeah, I mean, I trust him. So tomorrow it's to be delivered. Yeah, he set me up with a new mic, new USB thing, everything. Amp as well. I didn't even know I needed an amp. Apparently I do. So he's told me what to get. I go call him. So do you know what? I spent a fortune on my setup, and he's making me buy a new setup for cheaper. So I'm gonna have to sell all the other bits on eBay somewhere. Jesus, he's getting free. Yeah, the thing is, John, right? I'll be honest with you. I don't think anyone knows what the fuck Presonus M7 is, mate. I haven't got a clue what it is. So yes, a very nice one. How fun. Jonathan, MVP. He's the MVP, isn't he? And for those that don't know, he is now in charge of my Discord. So if you're a member, get in Discord. Jonathan's in charge of it. And if you're not a member, then why the fuck are you not a member? Press that join button. Become a member. I made it cheaper as well. It's only $3, I think it is. $3 or $5. So get on it. Then you get a link to become a member. The 48V Phantom power. You see, I've no idea what he's on about. 48 valve or whatever Phantom power supply is more important than the mic. Good thing they are cheaper than mics. The Phantom power can make a $20 mic sound. Brilliant. 100% trusting Jonathan here. Literally no clue what he's on about. Not a clue. He just made me spend about $150 yesterday or $160. Literally. And so I spent genuinely on my mic and my boom about what do we say, John? $320. He's got a new sector for me for like $150. So what a waste of $350. Oh, here she is. Oh, you missed it, Erin. Erin, my niece was on earlier on. My niece was on earlier on. She hadn't met Paddington. She'd not met Paddington at all. So she's playing with Paddington, and she took his Wellington off by accident, and she cried. She thought she broke it. So I had to give her cuddles here, there, and I put the Wellington back on. So she's a sweetheart. I'm not sure which stream was in, but she was a sweetheart today. She was great. She was great. Sabrina, you get Jonathan notes. Yeah, Jonathan's willing to help anybody. It is starting to go, I know. The power supply, you got cheese, you see? I was going to say, good to know, but I'm all quiet today. If you have any help or anything, Jonathan's always up to help. Was it like, it's Thursday now, yeah. So, Erin, oh my God, go and watch the trial from the Dallas, what we did today. We did a Dallas one, hospital one, where 2 people died. It's a bit graphic, but it's interesting. It's interesting. And I only think it's only lasted a couple of days. So we're doing 2 streams a day, you see. So we just finished this one now, literally just finished it. So I start at 9 o'clock Eastern, which is obviously 8 o'clock your time. Watch that trial. So watch day 2 tomorrow of the hospital trial. Then bang, straight into this one, which I think the DFA's are resting tomorrow, guys. So those USB mics are mad overpriced. Well, I mean, I know. I believe you, Jonathan. I'll watch it back. Please do. Jokes on him. I looked on the mic condenser in it and as a 50 mic. Oh, Jesus. Cute. Yeah, it was cute. It was she was. I'm not sure what it wasn't this one. It was the last one. Oh, and this one. Oh, actually, was it the one I had to delete? I think it was the one I deleted. Oh no, I think it was the one earlier on because you see her, she was in. Oh, I don't remember what it was, but it's super cute. It was, yeah, it was cute, wasn't it, man? Expensive mic doesn't sound great. Only hooks into a laptop though. Yeah, same here. This is what I've got, Sabrina. So what I've got is a Rode that hooks into my computer, but it's rubbish. As in, Jonathan says it's rubbish. So he's got me going into a power supply. Also, I broke my boom yesterday as well. So basically, you just need a power pack or whatever it's called, the 48 valve thingy. The circuit is all. Circuit is only yes. Big mic like that. Headphones, jock little. See, I have no idea what he's on. It's really good. All XLR, being able to plug it into your laptop. Because I learn as I go. Yeah, I learned through Jonathan. He had to spend all day explaining to me. The hospital trial because you were sorting the links. Yes, I think he was. I think it's there. I think it's there. Mine's very similar. Yes, there we are. Paid a fortune for it. Now it's worthless. No worries, Sabrina. Prop need adapter cables to if it plugs right to your PC. John, okay, adapters I can do lol. Dylan has to get on XLR to 3.5 millimeters to make his so I plug into sound card. You go. Have I got a sound card? What? Have I bought a sound card or do I have one anyway, Jonathan? The sound card and USB extension is going to make using Type-C down and the switch using decent. They are shielded better than. Have I got one then? I'm looking forward to hearing the change. Oh, the USB extender with I have no idea what is it. Okay, I believe you. I believe you. Anyway, everybody, I'm tired. Been streaming probably about 11 hours today, we not far off 11 hours. Okay, but remember you wanted to get one. Yeah, mate, I just bought whatever he told me to buy. To be quite honest with you, I had no idea. Yeah, that's fine. 99 loves, yes. Right, so back tomorrow, 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock UK, 3 o'clock European for the Dallas Hospital Day 2 trial. I think it's only going to last a couple of days. It's a capital murder. It's quite graphic. They do show us a lot. If you're into that sort of thing, it's actually quite interesting. I'm enjoying it. Oh, hang on. I don't know what it is myself. Hang on. Bear with me 2 seconds. Hang on then. Oh, I don't think I got it. So there is this one, Erin, which is the aftermath, I think it is. Hang on, let me see the other one. No worries, Nunia. That's fine. Glad you were all entertained today with my fuck ups. Glad I can entertain people. Right, where's this one gone now? Hang on. Intense. Right, I need to do this. Hang on, Erin. I got you. I got you, Erin. But it's admit. Oh, but hold on. She just found Paddington. She just found Paddington. She's not seen it before. Paddington. Ah, she hasn't seen it before. Did got Paddington? Got Paddington. Yeah. It's in the members only area. Jack it off. Right, let's try this one now then. Let's try this. Yeah, boots. Beth yn ei cats, gwyth, yw e? This is a bit where she's this is a bit I think where she rips it off. Hang on, Here she is, hang on. Up here. So mae eisiau gwneud hwn gyda i gyd yn ôl y col fi iawn. Dallas Methodist shooting trial. Dallas Methodist. O na! So! Here she is crying. So! This boot came off. No. Dyma. Mae iawn. She's really upset there now. She's very trying to stop her from crying. I got upset. Yeah. She's really upset, girl. Yeah. She broke the boot. She's crying now. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. The boot's here. The boot's here. She's I'm trying not to get her to cry. But yeah, oh, it's on. It's okay. It's okay. It's on. I got it fixed. It came off. But yeah, he done that, didn't he? Come on. So sorry, trying to juggle stuff here. I am. Dig gweld e. Dig gweld sydd yn ôl. Dig gweld os sydd yn ôl. Ti'n gweld yn ôl? Fe! Yes! Yeah! Oi! Siwrs yna fe! Yay! Iawn! Iawn! Ti'n gwybod yn chwarae efo to? Pexos, ydy torri fe, mae'n iawn. Mae'n iawn. She's upset now. Yeah, I am happy. She's upset, she is now. Can you chwarae efo fe? No, she doesn't want to play with it again in case she breaks. She's never met Paddington before. We set this up, but then that was the first time she's ever met Paddington. To just give her a little bit of time then. Oh, yeah, man. Take it tomorrow over there. Right, I can fast forward. She's not. I'm trying to. She's not shy. She's just upset. Oh. Iawn, ti'n mwyn chwarae rhywun? She's having me set the stream. Right, let's redirect it. Oops. Hang on, details. Let's put my thumbnail in. Save. I think. Right, you should all be kicked over now, literally, to, hang on, let me just do a customization. You should all then be kicked over. Just in case you're not, this is the link, but you should automatically go over. So this is a link, and then I'm going to close it down, all right? Then you should see me on the other one. So here we go. Close. So the other one, if you go to the, what do you call it? If you go to the hospital one that is live, you can go in there, and you can see the start of the next one. She's there for a few minutes, then she goes then after about 5 minutes. So yeah, right. I'm way over my bedtime now. I've got to get up at like 6:30. So it's great doing here, isn't it? It's absolutely great. So with that, I love you all. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for all your support. and hopefully see some of you, if not all of you, tomorrow at 2 o'clock for the hospital trial. We're playing at 1.25 speed. Then straight after that, we go straight into this trial, the Jesse Kowarski trial, and doing that at 1.25 speed as well. So it's like a 10, 11, 12-hour day, but it's a lot of fun. And as long as the chat is going, then I'm enjoying it. So thank you, everybody. She's cute. Takes after her uncle. Take care, Lorna. Will help. No worries. That's fine. Bye, my favorite chat members. Great. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Nuni, as well, for your contribution today. And with that, guys, love you all. I genuinely do. Thank you for your support. And with that, please, Gary Anderson. Take care, guys. Ta-da.